when they return. It's also important that we follow our policy and guideline around how we actually schedule those people on for shifts to make sure that they're working within reasonable hours, and if they do, for example, have to go to Otahanga to respond, that would take into consideration if they're traveling from Hamilton, there's a couple of hours, potentially a day extra on top of their shift. So those things are being taken into consideration. But yeah, we've had a great response from across the organisation to that, and from what I can see, the teams, the directors and the managers have all been very supportive of people coming back and allowing them their proper breaks to come back to their business as usual. So it's been good, and I know that the civil defence have commended our support.
Thanks for that, Stu. I'll just come to Chris for a comment.
Thank you, through Chair. I think the question was, do we have people out chainsawing in the middle of the flood, which is where the incident might have occurred. So my understanding is no, that's not the case. We probably do an assessment first and go into recovery mode. But Stu, I don't think we had people out responding in the incident.
No, that's right. Yeah. And another good thing you'll have seen has been the automation. So at the pump stations, we've got apps basically that can run those now, so we actually don't need people physically there, and we're able to send them to areas that they can be better suited to use their time. I guess historically we haven't had that remote access to those, so people have had to go out to check on that station and see how it's working and turn the pumps on and off, but with the kind of real-time monitoring now, we can do that all remotely, and it's a much more effective use of time and resource and to be able to address things as they're needed.
Thanks, Stu. Jennifer.
Thanks, Chair. Great report. 3 quick questions. One was, will we also make a submission on that bill that is proposed? The second one was, for the site walkarounds, great to have the SLT involved now as well. Do you have any target annual? Like, I noticed you were reporting the number you did, but I was wondering if the targets changed with the recent people. And the third one was, it's a bit safer with being able to do more remote work with the pump stations not requiring visit. Are there any other pump stations where we would see that benefit?
Yep, no, great questions. Firstly, the NZISM Marie's well hooked into that. They've got I think 3,200 members, and she will be supporting as part of that group. So we'll have involvement through that. Regarding the pump stations, we look to automate as we can. It's obviously there's a schedule of work and budget and everything else, and we will continue to work through that.
So there are opportunities.
There are, yes, there are, which is great. And the third question was?
That was do you have targets for the walkarounds?
Yes, we do. We do. Yep. You'll remember the Safe Plus audit that came through. So we have. We initially had a target of 12 for the executive per annum. So we have doubled that. And also the whole SLT are now involved in all being part of that, through the year. So yeah, we've significantly increased the assurance work, which is fantastic.
Good to see it embedding. Thanks.
Thanks. Come to Tipper online. Morning, Tipper.
Morning, councillors. Thank you for the report. Mine is what PCBU reporting should we expect during a surge event. That's directly of the report. And then back through you, Chris, noting that in this one, long as staff are well cared for through the event, etc. But we've heard stress in other directorates around the availability of qualified people during events. So if we could not lose that point, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Sure.
Yeah. Great points. And we have been working with the incident response team and their resourcing there and listening to them as they progress through. I know that they're bringing a report to ELT after the events. Obviously now is the time to respond and deal with that. And we will support them as best we can. I appreciate that people are tired. I was over at the Civil Defence building, and there's a few people ready for a rest now, which is understandable. But I think once we get through that, it'll be good to take stock. And I know that Greg has set up an IMT within ICM to review that. But we'll look forward to receiving the data after the event so that we can consider that and consider what we may need to do additionally as an executive or not, depending on how things have gone.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks. Robbie.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. My question is about that. We had that emergency response team come and do papers to us last week, and well, I'd like actually some data stating where most of those response emergency staff are coming out of, what directorate, because what I understand is that puts a huge amount of stress on ICM, because the majority of those emergency response staff are coming out of roles already in roles that are overworked or in a high workload area, and yet they're having to be taken off that workload to go into emergency response. So I'd actually like something to come back of how we're going to populate emergency response out of other directorates, because it's putting too great a workload on ICM. And that came out of that. It's only like 30 or 40% of staff trained in that area, their paper the other day, I think.
Yeah.
And so I think it needs to be that scope needs to have more pressure put in the other directorates of filling those roles than just ICM. So, yeah. That makes any sense?
No, it makes good sense. And I think we have, like I said earlier, 140 people that are able to respond through that whisper. The good news is that we've had enough people respond, to be able to deal with the incident that we've got in front of us. But I appreciate what you're saying there around, that is heavily dominated from the ICM directorate. It is good, however, that, across the directorates, people are trained. There is a reasonably level playing field as far as directorate size and percentage of people trained. And I guess, as things progress, we'll look to increase that. But yeah, we constantly look at that as an executive, and we have reporting on that. And that's something that we're very aware of.
Well, we got some roles in ICM that are really high stressful roles, and you're pulling them out, leaving that role vacant while they're taking on another role, and then they're still coming back to that other role again. So I just think that gap needs to be filled in way more.
Yeah.
Just a couple more comments on that. So understand it, ELT's had that discussion. We had a discussion where we're going to set up an organisation-wide incident management team for the current events, plural. And the decision was to keep it that in ICM at the moment. Ironically, there was there was an exercise planned for ELT for this week to set up such a thing in response, but because of the situation that occurred last week, we put that to the side while we do it. But we are conscious that there are that across the organisation we need a number of trained people for different types of roles. I think we've got 140 people trained, but a lot of them are only at level 1, and we need people at the higher levels of training. With staff turnover, it's always a challenge, but we're very conscious of it. And what you've said is that you'd like to see a bit more of that and have some confidence of what's happening internally.
Okay.
Thanks for that. I've got a couple of questions. Psychological effects of work. It's not a description I don't think I've seen in the past 3 or 4 years. So
Yes.
Just wonder.
Yeah, well picked up. Not often you see that. So that has come through, and we have updated our policy on overspeeds. So for speeding, and we've been addressing that. And as part of that, people have been being notified for their overspeeds via email, and that's caused some concern. So we've just been working through that, embedding that into the organisation as a new way of working and a new way of notifying people. And some people have found that stressful.
Okay. I've had an issue raised with me on pump shed access and who has keys and stuff like that, and from the health and safety side of things, and maybe that's something Greg can comment on. But just want to understand our policy and positioning on people that aren't staff having access to our pump sheds, and the inherent dangers that may involve.
Yeah, so I guess historically, we have shared access with landowners over the decades that the scheme has been in place. Our priority at the moment is to ensure that we only have staff access to our pump stations, but I understand there are instances out there where keys are made available to others, so that's something that we need to actively manage. Or than saying that within our pump stations themselves, We've recently gone through a process to ensure that within those pump stations they are safe. So things like making sure that we have our switchboard cabinets appropriately secured, guarding around moving parts, etc. Work has been done, and also identification of confined spaces within those sheds. We have done work to ensure that, regardless of who goes within those sheds, that they are entering a safe environment.
So maybe that's something that can be the progress of that can be reported back through ICM, just to give councillors confidence in that space. My other one, Stu, would be just looking at all the events that have happened and over the last few years, Coromandel included, etc. What are our capabilities around having these regional offices and that set up for emergency? So I'm like emergency power, emergency comms, things like that. Are we investing into that space? I know in my area there's a new building being built, so do we have the ability to just plug a generator into it, into that space? Is that part of our thinking and part of our design going forward? Just so we've got that preparedness across the region, not just in this facility.
Yeah. As far as I understand, and feel free to correct me, I don't believe that we are set up in those remote office or regional offices, I should say. I don't believe that we have generators, for example, or Starlink packs, or those types of things. So yeah.
Here's your mic if you want to talk. Thanks, Robbie.
No. Just external access to power or to power up the site, if it's solar panel or generators or whatever.
Yeah.
So again, maybe an action point for ICM to have a look at that, Greg, in that space.
So
I think I'm not talking for all councillors, but I think it is an importance that it gives us that ability to use those regional assets that we have in times of emergency. I know Coromandel, we lost the power in Gabriel for 3 days. So does that sort of thing go?
Just to add to that, like Fonterra's new milk supply, that you cannot bring in a new milk supply without a generator on your property.
Yeah, but we're not going to set up in a cow shed.
No, but I mean, that's for the well-being of that farm. So I'm talking about the well-being of our office. It should have similar principles, is what I'm getting to.
Thank you.
So, look, that's something that we'd need to consider from a property and facilities point of view. Are we going to set up emergency centres in our buildings when there's emergency centres set up in, like Thames Coromandel, but the District Council? I'm also conscious that a number of staff who work in areas like that, and including as we had in the Otahanga and Paronga floods recently, actually impacted. We don't actually want them out travelling during that sort of time, and they often work from home and then get out to start doing the assessment. So we just need to think through what it is. I think we'll take that point because it's a really good one, what we'd want the property to be used for, and go from there for how it should be equipped. But obviously in the Coromandel, which is our property area, the building's been built now, so
Certainly don't want to outweigh Fonterra.
Ben.
Oh, sorry, I was just picking up on psychological effects of work. So as I understand it, someone is driving in a work vehicle driving too fast, and when they send an email telling them they're driving too fast, they have a psychological effect. I mean, if they're called into someone's office and disciplined, does they have a psychological effect at work as well? It's like what?
I think we're getting down into operations, Ben. Let's leave the staff to deal with that. It may be at director level, who knows? So, Noel.
Yeah, coming back to a point you raised in relation to the pumps. Those pumps are on private land, and in times of emergency, if staff cannot get there, the landowners are acting. So we've had 1 or 2 instances where it was inappropriate to act. However, excuse me, I'm just concerned that if we cut all communications or ability to enter those pump sheds, that we will have a backlash from the landowners and the ratepayers. So, excuse me, and we just think about that before we go heavy-handed and say, okay, we've got this multi-million-dollar pump on your land, but you can't go anywhere near it. It's not as simple as that.
No, as I say, I raised it with Greg to come back through ICM, so I think it will be identified on a case-by-case basis. Okay. Gary Raymer.
Yes, my question is around just getting back to where Warren was about or everything about the sheds. Don't you have any sort of surveillance, so when a door is open that you know that it's been opened? Nothing like that, but that's very simple to set up.
Yeah, it's not something that's set up widely across the region.
Because it's not hard, and I know we've got a telecom site in our place, and they don't always lock it. But if I open the door, someone is on the farm within 2 hours.
Yeah. So again, I think it's something that we can pick up with ICM on various site-specific stuff. But are there any other questions for Stu today? No. If I can have a mover and a seconder. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Robbie. All those in favour? Opposed? So carried.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stu. Right, the next item before us is the Te Huia Interregional Passenger Rail Service, end of trial review report and potential 1-year extension. This is on page 100 of your agendas. We've got Phil and James at the end of the tables to take us through this item. Thank you, Phil.
Yes, so good morning, councillors, and introduce James Wellen, who's a contractor who's supporting the Te Huia work for us. You'll recall a workshop conversation in early December, which resulted in a paper that came to your December council meeting, where you resolved to send a letter of indicative support to the NZTA board, seeking their consideration of an extension of the Te Huia trial for a final or further year at a 60% enhanced financial assistance rate. The NZTA board met on the 19th of February and as has been reported, did support that extension. So the paper in front of you today is intended to enable your consideration of the Regional Council's decision on its share of the funding to extend that trial at that 60% financial assistance rate. The paper also includes an end of trial report, which was being prepared by Council to assist NZTA with its consideration of the other pathway, and they are on track to consider the future of the service at their board meeting on the 2nd of April, should you decide not to proceed with the extension of the trial. So this report includes the material that will be going to the board as part of that consideration as well. If you determine today that you do not want the trial to extend, the conversation then moves into being an annual plan conversation for us as an organisation. So there's a requirement as set out in the 2024 long-term plan that you would consult with the community on the journey from the 1st of July 2026, should you decide not to extend the trial. So happy to leave it there and take any questions.
Thank you for that, Phil. Noel, your stuff.
A number of questions. I'll just go through them. So a cost of 3203404. I've been trying to work out where that figure is made up from. So does that include the 60% or is that on top of the 60% funding? Second question.
Sure. So let's answer them one by one,
Okay.
just so the guys can get them. So if we can reference a page number, thanks, guys. And it's just going to be easier, I believe, if we answer them one by one as we go through, because some councillors may have the same questions, so we can tick those off. So
okay, so through the chair, I can answer that
thanks, James.
question. So the figure of 3203404 is essentially the net local share cost to council at 60% FAR.
Thank you.
And so that's coming from existing rates that are in place and there's no additional. So where does that rating base come from? Is it primarily Hamilton?
So the Te Huia service didn't transition into the regional rating system.
No, it's only buses.
So it sets out on its own. So it's funded by Hamilton ratepayers plus a small contribution from Waikato District ratepayers.
Challenge that because I spoke with the mayor and his infrastructure Chair, and they say they put nothing more into it than the stations. So they don't understand where the 3.3% is coming from that 103 million. So can we take this offline? But I meant to have this discussion before the meeting. So they don't see there's an ongoing commitment at the moment. So we need to either get the mayor on board or clarify what we're saying. So I'll take that one offline. So can you just tell me how the sequence goes from here on? And because it's a no-brainer, if the funding for the extension has been granted, yet in April, how you phrased it was, if we don't agree to extend it today, by the sounds of things, then they will make a decision about the future. So I just want to make sure we're not putting the cart before the horse. So I'm assuming that there will be support because we all supported the letter, and so therefore the extension. So the extension stays in place. Does the decision in April then come down to we will support this at the end of the trial, or is that then put off for another year for review? So can we just have clarity on the timing of everything, please?
So effectively, it's the second half of what you said. If the trial is extended, the consideration of council is via the 2027-37 long-term plan process, and the consideration from NZTA's perspective is via the Regional Land Transport Plan, National Land Transport Plan decisions, accompanied by any board decisions that they would want to make in mid-2027. So there would not be a process in April this year if you decide to extend the trial.
Sorry, just clarifying that. Those RTPs have often been later than our decisions in the long-term plans. So can we get a commitment that they will have that decision to us in sufficient time to consider it in the long-term plan? Because I don't want to get to a situation, because later this year we're supposed to be considering whether we buy new trains. Then they've got to tell us whether they're going to make it a permanent situation. And at the same time, we've got to make an LTP decision. And we've got to have all the ducks lining up. So can we have some clarity and guarantee that we're going to have that all lining up?
I agree it is as complex today as it has been throughout this process. The agency's decision timeframes and process are theirs. We have a process through the Regional Land Transport Plan on top of our own long-term plan that we have to work through. So I can't say that the agency will be prepared to make a decision earlier than its National Land Transport Plan decision timeframes. It's possible that they might consider this issue at their board meeting prior to that, but as things stand, they would be considering all of the funding story for the region as part of that National Land Transport Fund process.
Coming back to you, thank you. Coming back to you then, Mr. Chair, we need some guarantee of the timelines, even if they are encouraged to make a decision earlier, because we cannot be left, if we're still here, with an LTP decision that we don't know whether we're going to have funding for. And if we're not got a service, we can't commit to buying trains later this year as we're told we have to. It just doesn't stack up. So we can take it offline, but those are real decisions that we have to be concerned about.
And my understanding is they are decisions that we will be looking at when we are looking at that LTP work as we work through that process. Now, I'm sure that we could approach the NZTA board to get a decision out of them at an earlier board meeting potentially for their decision around whether that train carries on as a permanent service or not. We have that ability to approach them and ask for that. So,
and we must be signalling that early.
And we must be signalling that early, correct? I would agree there. And also the fact that we will have up-to-date figures after this trial extension, if that's where we get to today, which will be able to help enable that business case to go forward. So yeah, not everything you see in here, the final stuff will be relevant if the trial goes ahead. Obviously, we will have some more figures in a year's time. Yeah, Chris.
Through you, Chair. It's a really good point that you raise, and we can raise it with NZTA when we meet with the regional partner. You can take it through their processes. But just to reiterate, so everyone's on the same page, what Phil said, this is a really complex system of transport funding that we work in, because the whole way the national land transport is funded works for an NZTA system. They haven't made it work well, segue well into a local governance system. And it does make the instances like this very awkward. But we will advocate for that, whether NZTA would be prepared to change their funding decisions to say make a Te Hui decision ahead of the other national programs. Be soon.
Chris Hughes.
Thanks, Chair Warren. I've got a couple of questions, and depending on the answers, I might have a couple more. The first one is page 106, where bottom of the page is net cost of council continued service. And then you say increasing by 3.7% per year thereafter. Can you tell me how that's been calculated?
Yeah, through the chair, that's just an assumption that's been made based on historic costs of contracts for rail services. So it is an assumption. What we would need to do in any future scenario where we were either going for a permanent service would be to actually agree a cost escalation figure with the operator, which in the short term is likely to be Kiwi Rail. So it's an assumption that we feel is broadly realistic.
So there is absolutely nothing built in there for the future new rolling stock that we know is required to, if the service is to continue.
Yeah, so through the chair, the figures you see there assume that the service continues as is with the existing rolling stock. We will talk, as I believe, separately around the rolling stock business case and the options for what council may or may not want to do in terms of purchase of future trains.
If I can just jump in there, Chris, just for clarification, James, I'm sure I read in the report, but we're giving the current rolling stock lifespan a 10-year end of life.
So through the chair, yes, the situation is that Kiwi Rail have completed their safety assessments and have submitted what is called a so far as is reasonably practicable statement to NZTA as the rail regulator. My understanding is that the proposal in that so far statement is to extend the life of the existing rolling stock by 10 years.
Yeah, thank you.
However, NZTA may not agree to that.
I just wanted that clarification to Chris's point. Thank you. Sorry, Chris.
Okay, thanks. The other point is on page 108, where there are some assumptions made about greenhouse gas emissions, which I think, and the conclusions reached, which I think are invalid. And the reasons for that are that you've assumed that there's one person per vehicle, and most vehicles I know can carry at least 3 or 4 people, which is fine. You then did a survey, 6.9 in the report, which says in that survey, 53% of the people could have driven, 30% of them would have gone as a passenger, and 39% would have used a coach. So 69% of the people would not have been in a solo vehicle, right? Which means that the conclusions reached are invalid in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. My assessment is that greenhouse gas emissions would have been halved if people use vehicles rather than use vehicles.
So through the chair, it all does depend on the number of people who would have otherwise travelled by private car, or indeed wouldn't have travelled at all. So figures in the end of trial review report are, in my view, relatively conservative, because some people would say that every Te Hui trip would have otherwise been made in a private car, which I don't believe to be the case. So like all these assumptions, they need to be tested. Ultimately, it's a matter of opinion as to whether those numbers are too high or low. But what I'm not trying to do is claim that every single trip that is made on Te Hui is taking one off the road, because I don't believe that to be the case.
Mr. Chair, we actually did a survey, 0.6.9. I know it's not in here, and I was going to leave it, but because these comments are carried over into our agenda, I don't believe the conclusions reached are valid. It's quite simple. If we carry out a survey, then we should use the results of the survey for our assessments and what we're reporting to external parties. Otherwise, why do the survey?
Warren, if I can just...
Has that survey that Councillor Hughes is raising been the basis of these figures we're seeing in front of us, or where? So I guess where is the information source from?
So through the chair, the information about the impact of Te Huia on greenhouse gases originally comes from both KiwiRail and Ministry of the Environment. So their analysis, which we reported in the 2-year review document 2 years ago, was that each service needs to have a minimum of 55 people on it to offset the greenhouse gases as a result of the train running. So in the end of trial review report, what we've done is analysed each year to see how many people have actually used the train on each journey. And as you will see, it has varied. So in 2025, because the levels of passenger demand went down for various reasons, the performance in environmental terms is certainly not as good as it was in previous years. So that's the basis of the figures. As we've discussed, it does depend on certain assumptions around things like car occupancy. What we're not claiming, I think, is that Te Huia is on its own saving the planet or making a massive contribution, but it is doing something to help. And clearly, if we go down the route of getting more people on the train and having trains that are not diesel, then that environmental performance will improve.
Thank you.
Just following on the same vein, if I can come through, because it's exactly the same topic. I do question the numbers because, the latest data I got, the Te Huia used 508,520 litres of diesel, and then you take that, even if the assumption is 70,000 passengers, it's 7.25 litres per passenger. So you're actually using, that's for 114k average trip as well. So you're actually using, I'd say, as much, if not more, fuel and diesel as opposed to petrol than a single person trip car. So, I really question your numbers at all, or the assumptions within there. They just don't seem to measure.
So I think potentially going forward, and if this motion goes through, that we accept the trial extension, what councillors are looking for is assurance that the most up-to-date and relative figures will be used in any business case that goes forward. So I see nodding, and I'm sure Phil's writing it down as I speak, that will be the case, and that councillors can have confidence that we are using the most up-to-date facts and figures. Thank you. I've got a couple more, Ben, and then I'll go to Gary.
A couple of points. So in our earlier minutes, we've had letters from Hamilton, Waikato and Waipa mayors supporting this 1-year extension. Obviously, there's support from those who think that this benefits their cities and districts. Did Auckland provide a letter of support?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Did the same general vein, yes, that willing to contribute funds, or just we support the
It didn't go quite that far, but
nice try.
Yep. Second thing is fare box recovery. In here it's at 17.9, and I see in our annual plan it's due to go up to 18.3. Comments?
So the numbers in the annual plan relate to all of our public transport across the region. The numbers for Te Huia are specifically related to those that were within the business case originally. So we're reporting on those slightly differently.
And I think Noel raised an important point in terms of the timeframes for future decisions. So if we're still here at the LTP next year, and the trial has been concluded and a report submitted, will we be making a decision on council funds moving forward for the next 10 years, in long term? And will that clash with the regional land transport plan and its timing? When is the regional land transport plan decided? April, May, June?
So this occurs every 3 years, and the requirements for the regional land transport plan are different from those that every council follows for its long-term plan. The Regional Transport Committee has a task to develop a plan and consult on it, usually before Christmas or over Christmas, and then has hearings, deliberations, decisions, and off the top of my head, I believe it is at the latest the end of May that the final regional council approved regional land transport plan has to be submitted to the Director of Land Transport for NZTA. So that has to occur a month earlier than every council in the country adopts its long-term plan. And that's the issue that we have every 3 years with this cycle.
Okay,
So the prioritised programme that is included for everything that occurs for transport across the region, including reseals and safety programmes and trains, is all based on an indicative position from each council in terms of the contents of its long-term plan at that point. And in the same way that NZTA doesn't approve everything, councils don't approve everything. So there's a rejuggling that goes on between July and September, usually in that 3-year period, where the things that each party has funded or prioritised are reassessed. Now you'll be aware that in 2024 decisions, things like the funding for low cost, low risk new bus routes was not approved. We had approved the funding for that in our long-term plan, and you'll be aware that in every annual plan since, we've been through an adjustment process where the dollars that were assigned to that programme are removed from our annual plan consideration each year, and the report in front of you today is no different. So that's just a process that occurs with these offset dates, unfortunately, through the period.
Yes, I'm just trying to clarify. So at the moment in this year, if we had not got a 60% FAR rate coming through, we would have been expecting a report by April from NZTA about their decision on long-term funding. We would have then had to go out to consultation between then and end of June. So you're saying that it's even more fraught next year with a regional land transport plan?
Yes. The anomaly with Te Huia being a 5-year trial and starting late and then having all of these times where it hasn't run is that the decision was in front of you, if you don't proceed with this decision but go into the annual plan decision, and from the agency's perspective why they need a board meeting in April is because everything is mid-cycle rather than at that 3-year rotation, and it's far easier for everything to be considered together as part of that 3-year rotation. And that may be part of the reason the agency have supported this 1-year extension, is so that everything can be included within that normal process. And all of the other reasons as well.
So when will we know whether they deem this 1-year trial successful? June next year, February next year?
As things currently stand, we would be looking for them to include rail within what's called the continuous programme, and that would be decided in June next year. But notwithstanding the comments that have been made ahead of trying, in terms of trying to get an earlier indicative decision from them via a board meeting earlier than June.
Because we would need one in April, really, to be able to go to the long-term plan and get consultation.
Yes, but the same thing applies, as I said, to things like the package of new bus routes that you consider and approve through the LTP, and you consulted on those. Then they were not funded by NZTA later on. But it's everything is just managed this way in the world of transport. Unfortunately, it's a complex.
So Phil, can I just clarify? So consultation will be required one way or the other in our long-term plan.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Yeah. Right, Gary.
Being that our ratepayers are being asked to dip into their pockets and for us to support it, whether we do or not, has there been an allocation in the budget allowed for building rail stations at Tikawata?
You've read the report, Gary, there's not. So we're rehashing stuff. You've got a full report in front of you.
Yep.
That states exactly what is on the table today. But, yeah.
Also make it.
I'm happy to hear your point, but it's clearly not in here. So,
well, the point mainly is that they're being asked, or the ratepayers in the north being asked to support a proposal that does not stop it there, gives them no benefit.
The current trial, yeah.
So
future services, etc., potentially will come up when that's looked at, yeah.
Because what we were told was that would be many years away before they actually build stations in Tikawata, Pokeno and Tuakau, which are the 3 areas that were screaming out for the rail, but without it, won't be getting support from the north.
Yeah, Chris.
Can I just support the chair? That will be relevant to if there's to be a future of Te Huia beyond this 1 year functional trial.
Mr. Curtis, going forward. Keith put a comment in the chat, which I'll just get Dave to read out. Thanks, Dave.
Councillor Holmes is seeking clarification. Is the ratepayer subsidy for Te Huia fully funded by Hamilton and Waikato District Council ratepayers?
Yes, as I've said already, yes.
Thank you.
Can make an exception.
Gary Raymer.
Can we also just have a clear definition of what success is, and so, you set your targets and say you measure, you meet your targets, but who's having input into what the targets are and how they are set. And so, we need a clear definition of what is success. And also, can I have an opinion on whether, if we're going to run a trial, will we also try and have a meaningful fare to reflect the real cost of transport? So it's not an 83% subsidy, and it can come to a far more realistic number. So if we're going to run a trial, we need a proper trial with proper fare prices, and then clear definitions of success.
So if I can just get you to outline your, James, for councillors. Now, this has been a long ongoing trial process. Targets have been set in the past. So if you can just outline for the councillors where those targets have come from, what they mean, and any ability to adjust fares, I think is what the council is asking.
Thank you. Yes, through the chair, most of the targets that are described in the end of trial review report were set as part of the original single stage business case in 2018. Those targets went before the NZTA board in both 2018 and 2019, and the funding was allocated on the basis that there would be both an interim review of performance and also an end of trial review of performance, which is where we are now. The one exception is that the stretch targets of 400 passengers average per weekday subsequently added in 2022. And as described in the end of trial review, the interim report of Te Huia 2 years ago, the discussion at the time was that NZTA wanted to see more passengers on the train, which is ultimately the main measure of success. It's bums on seats. The view at the time from the regional council was that to get to that stretch target would require additional investment to make the service more attractive for people to use. But nevertheless, the decision was made at the time to agree to work towards that stretch target of 400. And as you will see from the end of trial review report, that's the one target that to date we haven't really been able to get particularly close to meeting. So that's really the context. But the original business case target set in 2018, the exception of the punctuality, all of the others have been. Sorry, in fares. I beg your pardon.
I've got a speaking order. If I can just get
fares. Sorry. Sorry. My bad. So in terms of fares, yes, we are very, very conscious that every public transport service needs to raise as much revenue as possible from users or third parties, and that's a clear government direction. In terms of the immediate trial, it is likely, although this will need to be discussed, that there will be a further increase to fares broadly in line with what happens at regional level with bus services. The key question, I guess, is what happens if the trial becomes a permanent service. We may well wish to look at different options, not only for your standard fare, maybe increasing that, but also offering discounts on trains we know are perhaps not as busy as other trains, because at the moment it's just a flat fare, and we don't, unlike the airlines, for example, undertake any kind of yield management approach where you'll look ahead and say, well, these sorts of services we might actually offer a deal, a lower fare to get people on it. And perhaps on these very popular services, we might actually price them higher because people want to travel at that time. So I think looking forward, we can be a lot more sophisticated about how we manage our fares policy, but that is something that would have to come only when we get to the situation of a permanent service. But I fully agree that we should be looking to maximise the level of revenue from passengers that we possibly can.
Yeah. Quickly, thank you, Gary.
Yes. So thank you for that, James, because that's better than what I got from Phil, to be honest. Phil, the objective is not, as you said, bums on seats. We need to actually make some money here. And so if you just want bums on seats, you'll have a free train and you'll get your bums on seats. So bums on seats is not the point. It is about profit.
Chris.
Yeah, look, I've got my point basically the same as what Gary's going.
Yeah, we'll move on.
Have that discussion. Just want to go back to the point that Gary raised about putting extra stations. It's not possible. We will never connect through into Auckland City if we put more stations. It's marginal now, as I understand it. So that's really not an option.
Something that will be looked at in the future, no doubt, if it continues. Angela.
Yeah,
and then I've got Noel and Liz, and then I'm finishing up.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, thank you, James. Thank you, Phil and team, for all the incredible work that has been done on this project, and a big thanks to NZTA board for their decision. My understanding of the recommendation is pretty straightforward. Either we do the 60% to accept it, move on. We enact the other more expensive process for the annual plan. What I'm hearing also around the room is that we're all on the same page. We want, if we choose to accept the 60%, that we want to make it better. So through all the work that has been done around times, fare box recovery, obviously if we get bums on seats, we get people paying for those bums on seats, then that subsidy goes down and our fare box recovery goes up. Not sure about the profit, as no public transport anywhere in the world makes a profit per se, but in order for it to be more financially viable, I think we're all on the same page, seeing that patronage growth, etc. So yeah, really looking if this does go through, that yeah, we're turning our minds to how we can make it better, and in future have those conversations about stations in the north, because I know that we beginning of last triennium, for those who came along, we did look at station sites in those 3 locations. So work has been done. So just to give you that reassurance. Raymond Maguire, sorry. So many Garys. Thank you.
Yeah, Angela. No.
When the service was being initiated, Waikato District provided money in the LCP for a station at Tuakau. The NZ Rail and others came back and said, no, it's 7 minutes a station. We don't want 4 in the Waikato District. You're getting 1. It's at Huntly. We moved the money from Tuakau to build the platform at Huntly. And the business cases, while they may stack up for providing a service, for every stop, it's 7 more minutes, and that would be an extra 21 minutes before the train hit Auckland. Swings and roundabouts. Be careful what you ask for. Thank you.
Liz.
Yeah, look, thanks everyone. Look, for me, this is actually pretty simple. So for me, the region has signalled its preference through its district councils, and now we have a firm commitment from NZTA with the 60% funding rate. So for me, it's simple. We carry on for another year. So with this commitment in place, I guess the next 12 months is what everyone's kind of looking at, and patronage is really the only key signal of success. That's keeping it very, very simple in my view. So increasing passenger numbers probably has to be viewed in my mind as more of a regional approach. It's an economic development and it's a growth opportunity. That's how I see it. So the regional growth is a real opportunity, and I think it's probably time to consider some fresh thinking around this. Looking at some of our existing budgets, some of the partnerships we could be utilising. Let's look at some promotional channels targeted promotion, employer engagement. Have we looked at that? I'm not sure. But also the tourism alignment in this space as well. So we've got a year, and then we need to reconsider, obviously, a big decision in that time. So what I'm asking for is some fresh thinking around how we look at this. The region has already expressed its preference to look at the 1 year extension. And I think for me, it's simple. We support it and we carry on. That's all I have to say.
Are you looking to move?
I've got a foreshadowed amendment.
1 and 2. Just hang on. Thank you, Ben. Are you looking to move points 1 and 2 in the motion?
Sure.
Thank you. We have a mover in that space. Ben, have you got something to
Foreshadowed
Happy
amendment.
to second that.
See, I'm not able to speak, so foreshadowed amendment. I want us to add to item 2A that council commits to an end-of-year trial review completed by February 2027 and seeks an NZTA decision by April 2027 on the future of the service. I notice here that we have an end-of-trial review report in February 2026. We've gone through this process. We've been able to make early requests of NZTA, and I think it's important that we get to make a decision by June 2027 rather than have it extended.
Chair, I'd support that insofar as we need to have the scenario that I'm thinking, if we don't get what we're asking for, is that the train will stop until NZTA if we want to support it, and they are going to support it. But if they come up with a decision after 30 June, well after we've done our long-term plan, well then the train stops because we've got no funding. So we don't want that scenario if it's continuing. If it's not continuing, well, it doesn't matter.
So just for clarity around those timings, Phil, are we stuck in stone? As I indicated earlier, and you agreed that this would go out to consultation anyway in a long-term plan. So we need to go out to consultation. We will have some facts and figures to that date when we go out to consultation.
Yeah. So the interim 2-year review that James authored was produced using data to the end of December of that year. The report in front of you today includes an update to that to the end of December last year. We will easily be able to update the data for another 12 months and issue another report at this time of the year next year. The dates themselves, yes, there would definitely be a consultation with the community as part of next year's long-term plan process, and that would include the data from this. Picking up your other comment, your resolution would, my recommendation would be, need to say that you request the agency board considers this earlier.
Yes.
You won't be able to.
I said seeks. Yeah.
So Dave's just asking to read that amendment.
That council commits to an end of trial review completed by February 2027 and requests an NZTA decision requests by April 2027 on the continuation of the service, which is exactly the same process we followed this year. It's just otherwise our recommendation is we simply approve a 1-year extension until 30th of June 2027, and the decision might not be made till July.
I agree, and just from remembering the training of coming up with resolutions, it's really good to put your reason in. So if you wanted to add to simplify the long-term plan process or something like that.
So that consultation be undertaken.
Because that would then be quite clear to NZTA why we're requesting.
Yep.
So
anyone.
So at the end of that, to inform our long-term process.
Long-term plan process, yeah.
Yeah. To align. Align with the process, because consultation. Just going to ask Ben whether you'd be happy to ask the mover and seconder to make that part of theirs to ease the.
So that's where we're going next.
Yeah.
So Liz and Tipper, are you happy with that amendment to the motion? So I have confirmation from the mover Tipper online, are you happy? Oh, sorry,
Tautoko.
thumbs up. Thank you. So you was going in there. Okay, so yep.
Look, I've just been discussing with Janine about that April date to enable consultation in the LTP. And I'm just trying to get Janine to think about it, because if they make a decision, say on March the 31st, it's quite late in the piece, because council will be trying to finalise
Consultation document.
its position in February. Janine, have you got any other comment on that? It's I'm just wondering if you'd prefer it to be by March or something like that instead of.
Just say an earlier date.
So if I can get lights off, thanks. So I can get Janine a microphone, thank you.
Yeah, through the chair. So I think in this space we're sort of between a rock and a hard place in terms of the extension of the trial, I think, to April 2027. I think while funding is to 30th of June, effectively to bring forward that end of trial review by 2 months. From an LTP perspective, we, as Chris has indicated, we would normally be around this table making decisions in February, and we would be out consulting in April with an audit process happening in the middle around consultation documents and assumptions and all of that. So a March decision from NZTA would be most useful for that. It's still reasonably late in our timelines, but I'm just not sure how that rests from on the NZTA side in terms of the extension of the trial that they've approved in order to actually inform that decision.
Ask a clarification of Janine.
Yes.
So Janine, is it possible, because I'm really suspicious we won't get the information that we want from NZTA, that we put a proviso in, like, here's scenario A, if it was the funding, blah, 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 and it goes, or if that's not provided, this is the alternate. So with either or in the LTP?
Through the chair, yes, we can do that with with identifying council's preferred option. I mean, you need to identify a preferred option. We would just need to think really carefully around how we construct that consultation question in terms of where we're at, decisions that we're seeking, the dependencies of that, but what the potential pathways of outcomes could be.
Thank you, Janine. We have a motion in it, and I'm going to put it. What I would just like to outline for the PT department is that it would be beneficial for us to see that December review as soon as able, to help get our heads around and any further questions that may need to come to us when you bring it to us in February. So just like the more we are across this, the more we'll be able to make an informed decision as we move into that LTP process. So we have a motion in front of us that has been moved by Councillor Stoic and seconded by Councillor Mahuta. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Yeah, so it should be, number two should just be that councillors approve.
Well, currently, when this paper was brought to us, we didn't have that approval. So we are subsequent to it being approved. We're subsequent to it. Anyway.
Means the same thing.
So I'll go back to those movers and seconders. This is the last time that we're adopting, that we're altering this on the fly. So as it reads there, you're happy with it? Deborah is too. Thank you. All those, we have division called. I believe Councillor Hughes called division. Thank you, Dave, if you can work through.
Hi, councillors.
for those of you that may not have been through this process before, a division has been called. I will call your names one at a time. Can you please turn on your mics and clearly indicate whether you support, oppose or abstain from the motion before us? At the conclusion of that division, I will tell you the result and the number of votes received for each. And we'll start with Councillor Hughes.
Oppose.
Councillor Maher.
Support.
Councillor Mahuta.
Support.
Councillor Maguire.
Support.
Councillor Nicol.
Support.
Councillor Raymer.
Oppose.
Councillor Smith. Councillor Stolwick.
Support.
Councillor Strange.
Support.
Councillor Cookson.
Support.
Councillor Downard.
Support.
Councillor Dunbar Smith.
Support.
Councillor Hodge. Councillor Holmes.
Support.
The motion is carried. 11 votes in favour, 2 opposed and 1 abstention.
Thank you. Thank you, Phil and James. We are a little bit of ahead of schedule, so we will jump up to the draft Waikato Triennial Agreement for 2025 to 2028. We have Karen presenting us this.
Is it in the book?
Yes, yeah. Sorry, yeah. Page 180 in your agenda. Thank you, Karen.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Morning, councillors. I'll take the paper as read, but just to touch on a few points. The paper is here to allow councillors to actually review, consider and endorse the chairman to take Waikato Regional Council's viewpoints to the Mayoral Forum on the 2nd of March. The Mayoral Forum is considering this document at that time, and any changes will then be brought back again to this council for final adoption, we hope, at the end of March, but it does depend how quickly it gets around all 12 councils. So just very briefly, the triennial agreement is actually a requirement of the Local Government Act 2002, and it requires all local authorities in a region to enter into a triennial agreement before the 1st of March following the elections. Now, on this occasion, by agreement, and because our Mayoral Forum and the Chair have actually been focusing on discussions about the simplifying local government and the various other changes to legislation and making submissions on those. So by agreement, they've decided that we can have this adopted as close as possible after that 1st of March date. In short, it has protocols and processes for collaboration and communication, but additionally, our Waikato Mayoral Forum identifies key work streams that the councils want to work on together, and these are in your paper. They've identified 4 at this stage, but that's certainly not limited to 4 if discussions suggest perhaps there are other areas that should be a focus. So the first one, responding to and capitalising on opportunities arising from local government reforms. Number 2, advancing a city and regional deal, building on positive feedback from the region's initial proposal and leveraging strengths in water, energy, and intergovernmental collaboration. Strengthening collaboration established through the region's response primarily to the water reform initiatives, but there are other examples. And collaboration on the development of a regional spatial plan to guide long-term land use and infrastructure planning. The triennial agreement allows for a shared vision and work program to position this region as an attractive destination for families, tourists, students, and investment. The focus on strategic alignment collectively, progress and accountability has structure through the Mayoral Forum and the chief executives as key advisors to the Mayoral Forum, supported by staff working. Just draw your attention to section 16. This in the triennial agreement, it actually outlines the section 16 requirements. And that means if regional council wants to introduce a new activity, or a regional council controlled organisation wants to introduce a new activity, this must be consulted upon with all the other signatories to the agreement. So that is a requirement by law. Our councils recognise that this is a truly collaborative agreement, though, and there are wider agreements that if other councils choose to club together to do things, they must also share that information. So that's the agreement. It has worked effectively to date in terms of communication and collaboration. It's here for your comment and to enable the chair to take these comments back to ensure a regional council viewpoint is shared on Monday. Any changes and conversations that are had, the chair will bring back our next meeting. Should there be a finalised document for adoption? Leave it there, Chair.
Thank you, Karen. And just very quickly, is there anything substantial that has changed in this one previous to the in comparison to the previous one?
No. So what the process
just for our information
was a thorough review of the previous documents. That was undertaken by a council staff group, a number of different councils, led by Chief Executive of South Waikato District, who was reporting through to her Chief Executive colleagues. The key changes are the 4 priority areas of focus, and also the strategic context has changed in the last 3 years. The actual means of communication, the processes and protocols have worked for the communities that we serve and for the leaders of those communities. So they have been pretty much unchanged.
Thanks, Karen. So I've got a speaking order. Jennifer, Noel, Liz, Ben, and then Tipper. So go to Jennifer.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Karen. This is one of those documents you see once at the start and you don't see it again kind of thing, but I do really appreciate that we're commenting on a draft agreement rather than just having the final land with us, how it felt. Maybe that was my early years. It's all very technically correct, and it's interesting you say that it's been working well. One thing I'd really like to challenge the mayors and the chair with it is to monitor over time that it is being adhered to for themselves, perhaps in their own meetings, maybe once a year, just to see that that is up to date and working. Because last time we did have the waters reforms come along and things just kind of got really busy and they were, it's great to see the Mayoral Forum maturing as well, because they were able to focus on that one thing, and we've got a really good outcome with Waikato Waters. And here you're proposing 4 things them to focus on, and I know many of them campaigned on shared services as well. It's good to see some avenues there, but the thing I'd really like to see is the Mayoral Forum taking this and making it their own. It's kind of like the code of conduct, like it's very technically accurate. They could make it their own and own it. That would be great, because I'm keen to see some real leadership from the mayors to have that Waikato voice. And I see there's a point in their 19F to invite government ministers. I mean, I would really like to see MPs and opposition spokespeople of or local MPs really involved with that, so they are governing together for this area more than they have in the past, is what I'm really saying. And then the transparency of it. I know it had a website in the past. How it says here there will be agendas and minutes taken and circulated. It doesn't specify to whom, and I know that it's been quite mixed in the past, which mayors or chair will share with their council. It's been a bugbear of many councillors when I meet them at LGNZ Zone 2. that they have different amounts of information of what's going on. And if we want that one Waikato voice, what's our pathway to demonstrate that? So the Mayoral Forum could give that some thought. That would be really great. Thank you.
Can I just come to Chris just for a bit of a comment, Chris, on the attendance of MPs, etc., at the Mayoral Forum, and just to Jen's comment, just you're the only one in the room that's been to.
Yeah,
previous ones.
I don't think there's been many at all. Actually, it's the chair of the Mayoral Forum usually sets the agenda. I'm just trying to reflect whether I can remember any.
Comes from feeling like they have individual relationships with some of these people, but I believe there would be benefit in getting them together all at once, especially with all the CTB talk. Thank you.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, like all things, it comes down to the individuals around the table. To me, this is the document that's prescribed in legislation. It's been required to be done at the beginning of the triennium, and from my seventh term, it's a document that probably doesn't see the light of day between the 3 years when it's signed off and it goes in the bottom drawer and they get on with the job. So, look, it's a matter of rubber stamping this and getting on with it. So I'll move it. So.
Thank you, Noel. Liz.
My comments are going to be on a similar vein, actually, no, but I'm just going to add that I have full confidence in our chair and representing the Waikato Regional Council. So with that, I will happily second it. Thanks.
Excellent. Appreciate it. Thank you. Ben.
Firstly, I just want to congratulate you for having this great infographic here for a change. It's a big.
We're not on strategic plan, Ben. Keep up, please. On the triennial agreement.
Strategic direction?
No.
Oh, triennial direction.
It's all right, same face.
All right.
Wrong item.
Get him on the back end.
I'll come to Tipper online.
No, I appreciate seeing it. I appreciate that in supporting this, we're supporting what our chair has to do in the room. But note, to your point, Noel, while this is a process like any other, we're in a time like no other with I guess with the dissolution of this role. So I think it's like all my comments in this, we're very compliance focused when we could be creating the super region. So again, encourage us to either talk up to leadership or talk, if we're talking down to compliance, we should just all resign now. Kia ora.
Thank you, Tipper. Gary Roma.
Just a quick question. I saw it in funding. If there's a vote or if votes are taken there, are they done? Are they weighted or are they just pure democracy?
With respect to the Mayoral Forum,
Yes.
so it has no statutory weight. So it is a collaborative, cooperative forum where regional decisions aren't taken, but they are discussed and then brought back to each council. There is a small amount of shared funding through CoLab to help fund work programs. And if we want to stand up, for example, a working group to support the simplifying local government or our reform agenda for the region, there would then be a request to each council for a proportion of funding to fund that work program, which would be costed. So it's an advocacy group on behalf of the region that then comes back into councils. That's a fair way
I
to
think
describe
I was
the
asking
leadership.
too, is there a voting process that happens within the Mayoral Forum? And if is that what you're looking for, Gary? And whether there was
If there's an issue, like in any issue, say Te Huia, if you wanted to use that as an example. So does every person in the Mayoral Forum, if they wanted to support it or decline it, have the same weight of the vote, or is it weighted per the region?
Population or something?
Yeah.
No, it would be the same weight, but they work by consensus. If you can't reach agreement, you keep talking.
I'd just reiterate what Karen said, that it's not really a decision-making forum. It is to give a signal of whether there's everybody agrees or not, that take back to individual councils to make decisions.
Thanks. Katarona.
I thought I heard you before, but you just need to correct me, that while we are in that forum, it doesn't stop Waikato Regional Council from having its own thoughts outside the forum, right?
No,
Yeah,
no,
just
that's
making
understood, and it is allowed for in that agreement.
Excellent.
Thanks, Kira. And I'll just get Dave to read a comment from Keith online in the chat.
Councillor Holmes has made the comment that he has a concern we aren't tracking with a purely Waikato Inc. focus. As with Tahuia, we fall into the shadow of Auckland as being its submissive little brother.
I think we'll leave that comment there because I'm not sure whether Councillor has actually read the paper. So we have a mover and a seconder. All those in favour? Opposed? So carried. Right, thank you very much, Karen. Do you, councillors looking for a break, or do you want to jump straight in? I know Ben's keen as mustard to get into that strategic direction.
Ages ahead of us.
We potentially will, maybe a few minutes on this, Liz. I'm happy to be led. Okay, we'll break for 10 minutes. So if councillors staff could fast.
aware that we've been through quite the process to get to this point. Starting in June last year, we started this process by bringing together analysis of the region's environment and its economy. We worked with community leaders to understand their context, situation, aspirations. We worked with subject matter experts to get deeper understanding of the issues and opportunities for our region. And then when you were elected in October, we had a series of workshops with you. The resulting Te Pai Tawhiti strategic direction for the 2026-2036 period clearly captures your directions and intentions to lift regional productivity and prosperity, safeguard natural resources, and adapt to economic and legislative changes. The 5 priorities reflect the strategic approaches you agreed to, from delivering core regional functions really well to being bold and visionary for science and tech, and shaping the region's strategic positioning for legislative and local government reform through co-creation and collaboration. What we've heard from you and reflected in the draft strategy includes the need to increase operational efficiencies and affordability, ensure value for money, be enabling, and leverage collective resources. You've asked us to integrate decision-making across environmental, social, and economic objectives to ensure balanced outcomes. We must ground our decisions in robust data, research, and stakeholder perspectives, values, and aspirations. And you want greater innovation and adaptability. Most recent workshop on the 5th of this month, you further refined your priorities, outcomes, approaches, and progress measures. These included being more explicit about governance of catchment services and the critical importance of flood management and drainage to this region. Deepening data and insights, asked us to include profitability alongside productivity and prosperity, and confirmed the importance of transport as a standalone priority. Additionally, following committee meetings this month, we also removed reference to carbon and biodiversity credits as one of the progress measures. Also, at the request of councillors, we reduced text and replaced a lot of that text about the context of the economy and the people of the region. We placed that as a graphic on pages 6 and 7 of the document. So in summary, the draft delivers clear messages about areas of focus, developing a future-fit organisation, enhancing regional productivity and prosperity, building community resilience to hazards, accelerating the protection and restoration of our natural environment, and optimising the region's transport system. These priorities will influence the long-term plan and your future funding decisions, and they signal continuity of essential services over the long term with specific deliverables for this triennium. Now, I'll be guided by you, Chair. Do you want to have a scroll through page by page, or do people, they have the document in front of them, do they just wish to comment? I'll take your direction.
I think we'll scroll through page by page, and that way we can any questions, comments, and then we can flip a page it and move through it that way.
Lovely.
I think.
So, Dave, we're in your hands to do the scrolling. Oh, yeah. Well, there's a mihi. You might want to read that in front of you. Now, we've been guided by our cultural experts and acknowledging very important people to our region in Māoridom. And I have noted a point to make a paragraph break after that first sentence.
Thank you. No questions on that one. So next one up, Dave.
Just a table of contents, an explanation of the brand tohu and the contents.
2 for 2, on to the third.
Context setting. Yes, still a lot of text, but I think important for you to position this document. You scroll down, you can see it over the 2 pages, where we throw in the vision. This is your revised vision. Thank you for that. The purpose and the values.
Karen, I think that has been well captured out of our workshops.
Thank you. And then you might want to spend some time on this, because this is the new piece where we removed a lot of words about who we are and what we do and offer to New Zealand, and provided you with a graphic representation of economic contribution.
Thanks, and really commend this. These 2 pages. Yeah, it's a really good identification of those things that are Waikato. So,
and
yeah,
at this
I
point,
really like the way it's been presented to us in this form.
I have
So-
a question.
Yeah, sorry, Karen. Yeah.
Katarina.
Yeah, I tautoko te koro on. Engari, hei whē te awa. Where is the river? You got a big, beautiful, red, bright mark that I thought was the river, and I thought, why did it go to Auckland? But, you know, Waikato to Waikato people is the awa. It's not here. And why would we need to seek it out when it's the main trunk of understanding where we are and where we finish? So you know, it may be in here, but it's not as bright as
Look, I think that's a good comment. There's a very thick road.
Yes.
And the awa needs to be standout.
When you got to me now,
it's a very good point, and
not
certainly
dismissing Hauraki at all.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you remember Piaku and Waikato.
Well, it starts in Waikato, the Waiho, so I can't forget that.
Point noted.
Yeah, the very point is that you have to go looking for it, I think, and so I think we've taken that on board.
Yeah.
A valid point. Thank you, Katarina.
Very valid.
So next one up is our priorities.
You offered some suggestions for changes. These have all been captured and are reflected here. And then we get into the detail, where we have the high-level headline of what we're wanting to achieve, the outcome, a description of the approach and the progress measures, and the parts of the organisation that will be primarily accountable for doing this work.
Ben.
Oh, just to say, I'm pleased to see the options for catchment sale governance mentioned there. I thought about, should it be mentioned further down in regional resilience, but it seems to fit there best. So, yeah.
No.
I may be remembering this wrongly, but didn't Tipper ask or raise the issue of the Maori economy to the value to the Waikato? I'm just not sure, and if Tipper wanted to clarify that for me. But have we sufficiently captured that, or do we intend to capture it?
I think Karen's got a comment around that.
No, it's noted at the top here on the graphics page, but if required, we can put further emphasis. I invite you to spend a lot more time with the picture.
Yeah.
Next one. You can certainly take that on board.
The chair, would that be an idea that?
I think Karen's just noted that, yeah. Just to make things stand out a little bit. Sometimes blue gets lost. Yeah.
Have we got anything to say to that?
Ben?
Oh, I just think it probably should be included in the graphic as well, maybe under the dairying or moved under infrastructure. Or just, yeah, it's worth.
Yep, we can do that.
Gary?
Yeah, so why are we breaking out the Maori economy separately? Because it's part of all the other economies. It's part of forestry, it's part of dairy. So it doesn't need to be isolated, or it's a subset of those other economies, but it's part of the total economy. That's why it's.
Get her on it, yeah.
Yes, it is. But in saying that, we stand on our own. You know, if you look at Ruakura, look at what we're doing in the economy as Māori, we stand on our own. We do not need to be included in anything else, because the farming criteria, most of it is under trust farm. So personally, I think having this little bit at the top is not quite enough, because even in Hauraki, the oyster farms, the mussel farms, a lot of that are under Māori ownership, you know. So I think it's important, Gary, that there's a significant understanding of how much we put into this, because even the Crown today is saying that Māori economy is really important to the economy of New Zealand. But you know, so it's important that it's recognised, especially in Waikato.
Thank you.
And it is well articulated in various avenues right around here. Yeah.
Building regional resilience, councillors. This is an area that you have had eyes on and great interest in. We have captured your direction to us, and you were discussing this morning about needing to be ready and responsive to emergencies, and this is one of your directions. Happy to move on?
Yes.
Thank
Yep.
you.
No lights.
Sustaining natural resources. This is one where we've been encouraged to deliver core regional functions in exemplary fashion.
Yeah, I have one more. Sorry.
Yeah.
On the map, let me go back to it. It says the region's strengths are further supported by a growing Māori economy and the long-standing cultural region leadership of the Kingitanga. You might need to talk to Tava on what that is, because of where Waikato sits within the Kingitanga, because a lot of our Māori economic is not based in that. So just recheck with Tipa on that wording. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but I can definitely say, if you go to Tūwhare, they're going to ask you why isn't our ariki in there, because the economic up there, you know, just to be sure that we don't
Exclude anybody or misinterpret
what
it. Yeah.
that means.
We have previously been given authority to say that,
yeah.
but we can certainly check again
Yeah,
before
just
we
check with her,
publish.
because I know that the university land belongs to, I don't know, it doesn't belong to the Kingitanga, but it belongs to Waikato Tainui. Ruakura belongs to them, a lot of the growth, but just ensure
Will do.
that it
Thank you for
doesn't
that guidance.
offend the ariki. Okay, thank you.
Happy
One thing I do like is the measures. I think your measures are obtainable. You know, you haven't made it a goal list about something one reaches, and I like that the progress measures are obtainable. So I think that's good. This is a living program too. Remember,
Yes.
You said yes, so we must move the goalposts as we reach certain areas.
Yes, and we will be reporting through committees.
Yep.
And we, as discussed last triennium,
Yep.
we will need to review and adjust the strategy as we go if circumstances change. Shall we move on?
Yep.
Oh, and this one continues because it is a critical area. And then
Only if you put your microphone on.
Where?
Up Waihel Springs, the Blue Springs, when it's there's over 12,000 people go there a day.
Through that.
Yeah.
You know, and you've got popular sites there, the Waikato, and that's not even stated.
Oh.
Yeah.
Because of Brent's father. That's a good question, though.
Can you use your microphone, please, councillor?
Mr. Chair, but I think there needs to be quantified what are popular sites a bit better than what those ones you've just said they are. Okay, thank you.
That's back on the map.
There's room for it, so that's fabulous. No.
Just the valuation of what those are needs to be quantified a bit better.
Absolutely right, and that was taken from our Hamilton and Waikato tourism and Hauraki. No, Coromandel, Hauraki as well. So from our tourism sites. Thank you.
Right, onto the sustaining natural resources page, which you've got the second half of that in front of you. That's all good.
Optimised transport.
Ben?
Yes, so the one that says the rail network investment program of 2027 includes actions and funding to resolve Waikato rail build capacity. In their original draft, it just said resolve rail constraints and build capacity. I don't think we should reference the 2027 rail network investment program. I looked it up and it mainly talks about Wellington and Auckland, and it would be simply better to just what we originally had, resolve rail constraints and build rail capacity, so we're not locked into a central government document.
All right, so can I check in, please, through you, Chair? Is that an acceptable change to everyone around the table?
Phil, can I have a comment from you? Thanks, Phil.
The only comment I would make is that that document is where the funding for rail network investment is contained. So currently it does talk about Wellington and Auckland, but also the Upper North Island and Waikato's mentioned, but didn't get any funding. So the reason it's there is to sort of raise the profile of that. But your call at the end of the day.
Except I think we're locking into a document that, I mean, if we just talk about resolve rail constraints and build rail capacity, we're heading in that direction, but we're not constrained by something that doesn't mention us.
Well, that is the document where the funding would be determined.
Yeah, but then we're locked into a document that isn't here yet, because this is 2024 to 2027 document. So we're locking in a document that's not yet written. So
No, 24 to 27. So this is current. And so we anchored these measures wherever we could on current documents over the long term. So yes, there will be another one coming, but it would lead in. So this is the lead in to the next discussion.
what does Angela think?
Well, just to add that the electrification of the Golden Triangle bits that are missing is on train to, it's coming up for funding as well in the near future, and that would help a lot. So yeah, I think it is important to keep the reference in with the current document, given GPS is under review soon, and who knows what might happen.
I'm not going in the ditch on it. So
it sounds to me that I'm hearing there is relevance to leave it in there. Yep.
Okay. And the other one is in our original document, we talked about the number of unplanned state highways closures reduced by 10%. It's good that you've put in a qualifier as set out in the regional land transport plan, so that we've actually got a rationale for how that happens, because otherwise, if there are unplanned closures, how do you stop them happening? Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's it, councillors, if there's nothing further to comment on.
Thank you very much. So if I could just thank staff for the work behind that and the workshops. I think that's why we've moved through this document so swiftly this morning, is the fact that all the work that went in the workshops and the comments that came back from councillors that staff have actually picked up and included on. So thank you very much in that space.
Sorry, can I ask one question? I know I was at the workshops and stuff like that, but when you look at the strategic direction of Waikato, there's actually nothing in there about emergency and about emergency, because we are prone right now for all of that stuff. But there's in our strategic direction for our risk elimination or whatever, there's actually nothing in here about risk or what we would do if the whole of Waikato sunk or blah, blah, blah. So you could say to me, we don't need it in here because that's not a strategic direction. But at the end of the day, the majority of us, where we work, what we're doing, how we're living from day to day has been also looked at through the weather patterns of what's happening around us.
May I?
Just don't see.
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
May I? Sorry, building
it
regional resilience, Katarina,
What
is,
page?
you're on page 11. That
Yeah,
whole
okay.
section is about working with communities to ensure they understand risks. It's about having people ready, and it looks at our hazards and our climate risk and our flood infrastructure.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, Noel?
Yeah, can I just say that this process has been far better than what we did last triennium, and congratulate staff on listening to councillors' concerns about how we develop the strategic direction. So happy to move, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. As seconded, Councillor Hodge. All those in favour? Opposed? So carried.
Thank you, and thank you, councillors, because actually it was your active engagement with staff that made the difference. And if I could also please thank the COM staff for their outstanding job and all the other staff who provided data and measures.
Thank you. Thank you, Karen. Well, we now have a resolution in front of us to move into public excluded and the public excluded agenda. If I could have a mover and a seconder to move into public excluded. Thank you, Chris. We're moving into public excluded to do the public excluded agenda.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, the annual plan budget is part of the
No,
public. Okay, just
we're coming back out of public
Oh, thank
excluded
you.
and doing that. So, Councillor Smith, Councillor Dunbar Smith, all those in favour? Opposed? So carried.
Yeah, I think that makes good sense. You can all approach the annual plan with.
It's a better idea when you're shopping.
I'm hungry.
Right. Okay, councillors, we will break now and we will be back at 20 to 1, please. Thank you to those online. returned on time and those online. We'll get underway. So this is our annual plan, and we're in Janine's safe hands. You have a paper copy in front of you of all the bits and pieces and moving parts, and Janine has a magic spreadsheet. So over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just there were some papers just circulated for you this morning to explain what those are. So one is our full income statement for revenue and expenditure after adjusting for the 60% funding assistance rate for Te Huia, just so that you have all of that to hand. The other document that we've provided is based on the proposed budget before Te Huia. We have provided rating impacts for each territorial authority. So I'll touch on the regional overview of that, won't go into each of the TAs, but you can see the distribution of impacts that the budget results in. So just wanted you to have that if you had a chance to flick through them before the meeting. Otherwise, it's available to you. And Dave, we can put this up on the website as well in terms of papers for the agenda. Right, try and get away. Boss hasn't arrived. Green doesn't want to move. So I guess the purpose of this meeting is to provide an overview of the proposed annual plan budget, the key assumptions that underpin that, as well as the work plans that are proposed. We've already had the update on funding decisions from in terms of Te Huia. So we've covered it in here, but we can move through those because Council's already made that decision, but we can reflect what that means around rates requirements for the year. So this is really the chance for Council to provide any feedback to staff on the proposed budget and any changes that are required. I did note earlier, and we'll cover it in terms of the time frame, there will be an opportunity before we formally adopt the annual plan in June to consider any new matters that may come before Council, either just across the board and probably particularly with any evolution of thinking or impact around local government reform. So by the end of the day, we should hopefully have approved the draft annual plan and clarified whether there's any requirement for public consultation.
So Janine, just for a quick clarification, so there will be no CE submission into this?
Correct. At the moment, because we're not proposing to do consultation, then we don't have anything to submit to.
Cool.
But today will still be a draft annual plan, so it's not final. So we will have the opportunity to do a report, a subsequent report to amend any of the figures that we need to before we actually approve the annual plan and set rates for next year.
Okay. Thank you.
So I guess much of the material that we have in here today is what we presented to you in December at your workshop, but appreciate that December feels like a long time ago with everything that's been happening in the intervening period. But so we can move through this as quickly or as slowly as you need. Just recapping in terms of the local government planning and reporting cycle and where we're at with that. So the cycle really works on the basis that every 3 years, Council prepares a long-term plan that sets out the work that you propose to do in detail for the first 3 years and then indicative for a 10-year period. And then the purpose of the annual plan is really to confirm those assumptions that you made in the LTP and to be able to take into account any new information. And then the annual report is the key accountability document in terms of we proposed to do work, we rated the community for that work, how have we gone in terms of delivery. Of course, thrown into the cycle and halfway through sort of that LTP 3-year period are the triennial elections. And so we typically find ourselves in this situation of setting an annual plan with a new council based on commitments that have been made from the previous one. But the assumptions that staff have used in developing this annual plan has been that we are continuing to deliver to the LTP commitments. So that has been the key guidance that we have been working to. I don't think I need to tell you anything more in terms of our planning environment. You've all been deeply involved in responses to that. Just that there's a heck of a lot happening, which invokes a high level of uncertainty in terms of the environment within which we're trying to undertake these plans. And so just referencing there my comment around the opportunity to revisit any position that we land on today in light of anything that may become more certain in this regard before the 30th of June and the setting of rates. So the key decisions today, you've ticked off one of those already. So the Tahuia Interregional Rail Service, you've confirmed the continuation of that trial for another 12 months in light of the 60% funding assistance rate from NZTA. We had spoken to you in December around potential options for the utilisation of funds that have been accumulated as a result of delays with the implementation of freshwater farm plans. And so there's an opportunity to either consider that through the annual plan or through the LTP. We'll dig into that a little bit more. There's some recommendations in the report around a forecast deficit position for the Civil Defence Emergency Management Group as well. So I just want to round that off, and then how we apply the prior year surplus through this annual plan process as well. Just noting in terms of the key budget drivers, so between the 25-26 and 26-27 annual plans, our expenditure is up by just over $6 million. And so we've identified here and within the report some of the key drivers behind that. So you can see we've got $3.7 million of inflation that is needing to be recognised within those numbers. A large portion of that relates to public transport and then other general inflationary costs around some of our contracts.
Janine, do you want questions as they come up, or have you got some natural breaks as they come up?
Happy to. This is probably just a really quick overview, and then we'll sort of dig down into some of the other areas in detail. But if there's questions along the way, happy to
I think there might be some questions around the slide. So perhaps if you just finish your discussion on the slide, and then I'll quickly go to questions if there are any on this slide, and then we can get down into the individual topics.
Yep. So inflation, wage inflation, and we can talk about the assumptions that are behind that. Obviously, change in from the government around the level of contribution, employer contribution to KiwiSaver, effective from the 1st of April this year. It's another $440,000 into our wage bill. We've got the business cases for new investment that were approved through the long-term plan. And then there's just under 800,000 of new investment requests that are reflected in the budget before you now today.
Noel.
Yeah, I'm just interested to understand that we've got 3.7 million in inflationary provisions. Surely we provide in our budgeting and plans for inflation. So is this extraordinary inflation that wasn't anticipated, or have we failed to recognise that there's always inflationary pressures?
So through the chair, in terms of our long-term plan, we make provision for inflation across the board. When we come to do our annual plans, we actually strip out that notional provision for inflation and then look at what are our contractual obligations for it. So this is from 25-26 annual plan baseline. There's an additional $3.7 million of inflation that we need to recognise in this year's budget. But the LTP did provide for it. I think our total inflation was slightly less than this in the LTP. So,
So this is not over and above the LTP. This is what we actually need. And so how much more over and above what was in the provided for the LTP?
I think the LTP was in the order of 3.4 million that we've had
So
built
this is
into that.
300,000 above what was provided for.
Yeah, but it's
Okay,
but in terms of looking from 25-26 to 26-27, there's an increase in our operating costs of 3.7 million just through inflation.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I think in future it would be helpful to have the 300,000 identified, because it's not a 3 million jump, it's a 300,000 jump.
So through the chair, it is a $3 million jump from the 25-26 annual plan. So that's where we're, but not to the long-term plan.
Yeah. Basing his
like it's
comparison on.
The ratepayer is not going to say that's a 3.7 million increase. It's 300,000 over and above what was provided for in the long-term plan. That's what I'm understanding you've just said.
That's correct.
Yeah.
And so one of the appendices to the report is an analysis of the key budget breakdowns, and it compares what was expected to be the movements in the long-term plan from 2025 to 2026 compared to then what's happened through the annual plan. So that was so that will show that difference.
And I accept that. It's just how it's articulated. It's the message that's being conveyed.
And so that's why I've noted it's between annual plans.
And can I ask one more question on
Sure.
And whether we go to the detail, I don't mind. The 790 the Te Huia issue, that's really problematic, and I alluded to this earlier in the day, in that we've been asked to fund a business case that may not be necessary. So, maybe we deal with it.
Well, I think we deal with that when that comes up. Yeah, I just sort of want to try and, if there's questions around this slide, because we will get into the individual pieces. So, Chris Hughes.
Yeah, look, I've gone on to the rating impacts, which is the one. And for Hamilton City, everything else is very nicely lined up with what it was previously, increases minimal, until we come to transport. Then suddenly ratepayers are being asked to increase the subsidy they're paying. Now that's unacceptable. I'm not happy to vote positively on any plan which has that sort of a increasing metric in it, because it is unacceptable for the ratepayers. I'm here to represent the ratepayers. So that's my observation. I don't know what you can do about it, Janine, but I'm suggesting that across the board fare increases now to get those two numbers back into line.
Can we perhaps deal with that? Well, we've got the transport, we've front loaded the transport conversation into first up after this sort of overview, really around Phil's availability tomorrow, but we can touch on that. And I think it's important to, as Councillor Smith has just noted, compared to the LTP and where we thought we were going to be, we are below that. So it was part of the plan. We knew that there was a trajectory of increases in those rates. That's the reality of the program that's sitting underneath. But what
that does is mask the efficiencies that have been driven through this organisation, and yet transport's doesn't seem to be subject to the same sort of scrutiny. And I know a lot of those costs are driven from external. What I'm saying is that we need to have the same model imposed on transport as on every other sector of this organisation.
Ben, can we go to the previous slide? Just in terms of the freshwater farm plans, there's $2 million sitting there. I understand that it can't be used for anything else because it was collected for that. But I would have expected a business case to come forward about this incentive support scheme. And I hope that it will come through for the LTP, because if we're going to be allocating $2 million, we should know exactly the benefits and positives, and we thought there should be a business case. Any comments on that?
So through the chair, if we can talk about that a little bit later. I think where we are at now is that staff have acted on the direction from council in December, which was to go and meet with partners and stakeholders around level of interest in any sort of incentive scheme. So that was the first litmus test. I think based on that response, there's probably more work that needs to be done to inform a decision by council. I would suggest through the LTP would be the appropriate time to do.
Not anticipated in this annual
So
plan.
we haven't anticipated anything. We have got some use of the reserve built into the annual plan. That was part of the LTP assumptions as well, to try and eke some of that money back out. But beyond that, we haven't assumed anything further. So I think that will push that into an LTP conversation, which is the right place for it to sit.
I'll just come to Chris for a comment, because this is something that has been discussed with this council.
Yeah.
Just on, yeah.
Yeah, Janine, I think we're going to go there.
Yep.
In
Yeah,
that
later.
Group
Yep.
of activity.
Yeah.
Prior year surplus, are we going to discuss that now?
Yes.
Well, no. So I just want to talk to these two slides, and then
With
we'll
the application of prior year
Yes,
surplus.
yeah, so all I'm doing
That's just
here
highlighting.
is trying to identify what are the key decisions that I'm expecting we need from council. We will go into each of these in detail at the relevant point. So I've got more information on the prior year surplus, but it's probably a decision that I'd like to come to at the end of the process once we've been through everything else.
Fine. And will you also then talk about the $1 million in presumably redeployment redundancy that's there in item 60?
There's no further update to that at this point in time. So
I just want to explore where.
Yep.
Are we doing that later or doing that now?
when we come to talk about the prior year surplus in detail.
Yep.
Liz.
Yeah, look, I just wanted to support Chris Hughes's comments actually, just around that sort of department, taking each department, separately, and not sort of providing, I'm not going to say a misleading picture, but it probably does if you just take the overall, look of it. So yeah, I would like to take another look at that, please. I just think that it's probably a good opportunity to set the direction in a way of travel that's going to hopefully just attend to any misleading kind of remarks later down the track. That's all. I just want to make sure that it's paving its own way and it's going in a better direction than probably what we've kind of indicated at this point.
So I think, yeah, it's easy to be misguided by a snapshot in time or of information without a broader picture, I think, is where we're getting to. Back to you.
Okay. So in terms of the proposed rating impacts, this is all largely set out in the report. So we had presented to you in December with an increase from a total rates revenue increase from current ratepayers of 4.8%. When we've gone away and revisited that, the budget that the agenda was based on reflected an increase in that rates revenue of 3.9%, and that assumed the NZTA FAR for Tauira at 51. With confirmation of that 60%, that brings us down to 3.4%. And so just to clarify, that measure is of our total rates revenue, and then with growth taken out of that. So it's looking at, for me as a current ratepayer, on average, what am I being paid? And this is average upon average, obviously, and I always say we have no average ratepayer. That's where that distribution of impacts is really important. But it's looking at that total rates revenue picture as opposed to the individual impact. I've noted that 3.4%, that compares to 3.1% increase in the CPI for the 12 months to December 2025. I know there's some councillors that are keen to understand that measure, and it's about $5.5 million below what we were proposing through the long-term plan. I think if we apply the proposed rates capping mechanism of the band of 2 to 4%, we're well within that as well, with no need to actually comply with that at this point in time, but worth noting. And so this is probably, probably useful that you have it in front of you. I guess I've just added alongside the rates revenue figures, the actual increase in revenue, which I think is sort of speaks to the point that Councillor Hughes was making, that not all rates are created equal in terms of the different budget drivers that sit behind the overall budget. And so you can see there that the general rate has got a very small movement, 1%, and the UAGC 7%, and then the targeted rates are quite variable, which is obviously where the variability in individual ratepayer impacts arises, because not everybody receives or pays each of those rates in terms of the services that they're receiving from this council.
Gary.
I'm just curious, Janine, I looked at that, and thank you for that percentage, because I was going to ask you to put that column in there.
Yeah.
So that's great. Just with targeted rates, some of these things, like natural heritage and civil defence, why are they targeted? I thought they would have been a general rate, or why are they targeted?
So through the chair, they're targeted because they are collected for a specific purpose, and the revenue generated through that rate can then only be used for that purpose. In terms of civil defence, the Regional Emergency Services Fund, the natural heritage rate, they act in the same way as the Uniform Annual General Charge. So everyone in the region pays the same amount. So they are, while they're targeted in terms of the activity that they fund, but everybody pays them.
So thanks for clarification, because I thought, well, why would one region pay a target? So that's great. Thank you for both of those. And because just in dollar values, transport is the standout. When you look at the total overall increase, I think transport makes up almost 70% of that.
Yeah. And so I think with the Tahuia funding reflected in as well, the 18% that's showing there drops to 15%. Just on that one line item.
Simple one. When does the when does the regional theatre rate drop off?
Must still have another. I think we're probably only halfway through. The loan period was 15 years, so we're probably only 5 years in. Can confirm.
Can you get back to me? Yep. Thank you.
Yep. Ben.
Just very briefly, the transport rate is the largest increase at 3 million from 21 to 25 million. How much of that was due to Tahuia related costs? How much is to do with regional rating? I mean, what are the drivers behind that increase?
So can we perhaps pick that up in the group of activities? Within the report, we have tried to provide you with a breakdown of the costs and expenses between buses and rail. So there are two tables included in the agenda that show that, so that we can be really, because it doesn't show at this top level, we have provided that information in the report.
I'll come to Keith online.
Yeah, thanks, Warren. Just you're probably going to cover it later on, Janine, but the primary industry compliance levy or target rate, with the fact that we've got a surplus there at the moment, shouldn't we be dropping that out?
So that will be a discussion when we get to it, Keith. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I think just by way of explanation of some of the increase that we're seeing in there, through the long-term plan, Council had decided to change the funding mix for those activities, to move over 3 years to an 80-20 funding mix from, I think it was 50-50. So that's why you're seeing, that's part of the reason for that increase. It's not actually an increase necessarily in the underlying work program, but it's a change in the way that those activities are funded. So providing some relief into the general rate and moving that cost into the primary industry compliance rating.
Thank you.
So this information is included in the slides that were shared with you on your table this morning, just to show the median rates by each territorial authority and both the percentage and dollar change, noting that we have 3 TAs that are revaluing this year. And the numbers in front of you, Otahonga and Taupo have revalued. We are waiting on, Otahonga and Waipa have revalued. We're waiting on the figures for Taupo. There's a lot of things that are obviously at play in this, as we've talked about already. Which services do individual properties pay for? What is the value? So that will be impacting variations between different territorial authorities. This is total rates. This is total rates. Yep, this is all up. And so if we look at that distribution across the whole of the region, you can see the change in total rates paid, both in dollar terms and as a distribution in terms of number of properties. So what this shows is that the budget is proposed, and these figures are before the Te Huia adjustment is made. For 80% of our ratepayers, the impact of the budget is an increase of less than $50 for the year. And then for 96% of our ratepayers, the increase is just under up to $100. So just to give you a sense of what the proposed budget as it stands means for ratepayers. Again, I acknowledge that there's a wider distribution in this than is illustrated within this graph. Obviously, we have some ratepayers who pay significant rates to us, and undoubtedly their numbers are not, there in the greater than $2,000 increase. But as a general distribution, hopefully this gives councillors a sense of the impact of the information that staff have presented. Okie dokie.
Just a couple of points, seem to be general points. One was just pay, item number 69. You're looking at 2%. Is that still current, and does that get revised?
So we've got more detail on each of those points as per the report. Short answer is yes, that assumption hasn't changed. That's a budget provision. Right. That's not necessarily what we need to wait for the market data to actually land in terms of how that provision is distributed.
And the other one is the projected operating surplus for 2027. Do we come to that?
We'll come to all of that. Yep. Okay. So a little bit more detail on the key decisions. Probably got a little bit more detail here, but the substantive conversation potentially in the groups of activities, unless Mr. Chair, you want to bring that up and just get these matters on the table and decided now. And then much of the rest of the information is really for information and clarification with.
I think if we work through those key decisions.
Yep. Cool.
Janine, and then because I think the bulk of questions are potentially around those. Yep. There might be a little bit of what does this figure mean compared to that figure, but I think in general, it's the decisions in front of us relative to the annual plan. So I think if we can move through those.
Great, thank you. And
so we can raised now.
So we can move straight through this one because that's been done. This we have talked to in terms of assuming that we have no consultation. We've got the meeting now, and then there will be a meeting to adopt the annual plan set rates in June. I just note that sort of comma in the middle there in terms of if there is new information that comes through, there will be an opportunity. Staff will bring back a report to council on any changes that are significant enough to be reconsidered through the annual plan before you get to that June meeting.
What's your question on timing?
Yeah, look, we've passed a resolution. We're not talking about this NZTA fund for Te Huia. We've done that. We haven't discussed is the fare recovery. Are you going to do that, or are we just going
to? So through the chair, we can talk about that under the transport connections group of activities. Council has previously, I think last year, signed off on fare recovery targets and annual fare increases to achieve that. So staff have reported back on that in the agenda and progress with it. Haven't specifically covered it in the presentation, but we can do that when Bill's at the table.
That group.
So,
yeah.
Because to me, that's a key issue. The rest of it's non-event. This one is.
Yes, but as I say, Council had signed off on, in response to NZTA guidance or requests direction to be increasing private share. Council had agreed a position on that, and NZTA have approved that trajectory for where we were hoping to get to, which was not to their full target, but they were. That's an approved plan that we have in place with the key funder.
So we will have that discussion. Thank you.
Ben.
Yeah, just wondering. So basically, what you're saying is, today and tomorrow is our deliberations, and whatever we decide, that's it. It just gets approved in June.
No, that's not what Janine said.
Okay, so can you explain what the next phases are then? Because we don't go to consultation if we don't.
No, that's right. So, and we're not required to consult on an annual plan unless there's a major change that requires that. So, I think I've mentioned today is the adoption of the draft annual plan. It's been flagged in the report, and we've talked about it in terms of local government reform. We've talked about it in terms of particular business cases where council may want more information to come back. That we could do that by way of not a CE submission because we're not consulting, but a report to council with any changes to the draft annual plan that are recommended because we have new information that can be taken into account before you adopt the annual plan in June and set your rates for next year. So it's not specifically identified up there, but we have talked about that process.
Thank you. Yeah, next.
Okay, freshwater farm plans. Brent, did you want to come and talk to this? I've moved some of the content a little bit later in the preso, but we can work from here.
Councillors. So we've got a little bit more of this in detail when we go through the GOA section, but
we're doing it now, Brent.
But if we go through that now,
doing it now.
Post the council meeting last year, Chris and I have met with several agencies, and as you probably might expect, they were all interested. With the delays, though, it's very difficult for them to commit anything. So it's very difficult to then put together, as you mentioned before, Ben, like a business plan, because we haven't got commitments from people right now, but what we have is interest. So we met with MPI, they're interested. Waikato River Authority are interested. Dairy NZ is interested. Fonterra is interested. And so, as Janine mentioned before, one of the options right now is to progress that interest over the next period to bring something back through the LTP process for a decision around whether or not you'd like to utilise that reserve for some form of incentive-based scheme. As Janine mentions, though, we've already budgeted on, if you like, bleeding some of that reserve into fund next year's activities. So you'll see in there's several $100,000 of that reserve that would be drawn down to fund next year's activities. So that's kind of where things are at. In terms of updating you about where the broader timetable for both freshwater farm plans and Plan Change 1 is at, unfortunately, I have nothing to report. I've heard nothing from the court and I've heard nothing from the Crown other than there is a plan to give stakeholders some more information in mid-March of where they are currently thinking moving. So it all seems to be kind of tied up with the government's reform program, tied up with what it wants to do around national direction. But we're not getting any certainty, which I've got to say does put some risks into the business, because as you would have heard before, one of the reasons that the reserve growing is that we've been holding on to a number of vacancies so that we don't spend too early, but that creates risks when things happen quickly to being able to recruit up to deliver. But that's just the situation that we're in right now with the uncertainty, which equally flows out to our farming and farmers and growers around the region as they deal with the uncertainty of waiting for the regulations and Plan Change 1 to arrive.
Thanks for that clarification, Brent. Just for me, is this rate still being applied? It is. Okay. Thank you. And so is it my understanding the decision before us is we have two options, basically to see whether we put this into this annual plan, or whether we roll it over and look at it in the long-term plan, noting that you've got a $300,000 portion sitting in the annual plan now for the ability to apply that to work as things come up in that farm plan space.
Absolutely. So the budget going forward is funded in part by drawdown on the reserves, but only that in part is funded to the tune of the 300,000 drawdown.
Yeah, thank you. So just for that clarity, yeah.
But I think through the chair, that means that if work is accelerated, or we need to suddenly dial up a whole bunch of things, we have that reserve to lean into, so we can deal with that uncertainty or change in pace
Understand
before the
that.
LTP.
Yep, thank you. Noel.
When this came about, it was a divided vote, and it's on the chairman's casting vote. I spoke about it at the time, saying it was quite a huge change to what we had previously at $75 on anything over 2 hectares. So, slightly different reason why we've got it. My concern is it's being collected for a purpose. To repurpose it would need consultation. I am concerned that if we keep collecting it and we aren't doing it, then I challenge why we should be collecting it in the interim. I think we've got year 3 of a 3-year increase coming about. I don't think we went to the maximum last term. Just correct me if I'm wrong, because it was a 3-year increasing. So it's just over $400, I think, is coming. So whether it's appropriate to keep collecting for a purpose that we're not using it for, I don't have a problem per se about the need for it, but whether we should when we're not doing it, and because of the uncertainties, have we got it to a certain, I'm not saying cancel it, because but do we need to move the increase this year and delay that? Yeah, I just think to carry on doing something because it's there when we can't deliver it, to me that's questionable, and our ratepayers have got a right to be concerned about what we're doing in this space. So thank you.
Going to play here.
Keith.
So that's the dilemma, isn't it? So at this stage we're looking at funding for the 26-27 year. So can we presume that the government will have made its decision so that by the time we get to the 1st of July, or the Crown has made, or the court has made its decision? The current indications are that we will have things to implement from the 1st of July, and so if we don't have funding, then we can't deliver. And so that's the dilemma. If we don't have the funding, we can't deliver. The question really is the funds that have been drawn in the past. What does council wish to do with those funds that have been drawn in the past?
And that's my challenge, is that we have got a lot of money sitting there from the past 2 years. Do we need to increase the rate this year as anticipated when we haven't, it's not as if we've been using the money along the way, and therefore we have this sizable reserve not anticipated, concerned about you repurposing it for other reasons, although I understand that has merit. So do we need to increase the current rate intended, or should we leave it at the same level and delay that for another year.
So I think if I can try to interpret what I think you're saying, Councillor, is that a different question. Would you like us to relook at whether or not the release of 300,000 to fund from the reserve is the appropriate number? Because the more that you release of the previous of the reserve, the less you have to rate for next year.
So what I'm hearing from Noel, I believe, is that this rate is increasing year by year for 3 years.
So through the chair, if I can just clarify, the primary industry compliance rate is increasing, but that's not driving additional revenue for the program. That's being driven by the change in funding policy.
Yeah, but
so I believe what Noel is asking is, can we not pause that increase?
So through the chair, then what you're
the increase part of it, not the actual rate, but that proportion that's rising through the framework.
So then you would be going against a previous decision of council and your revenue and financing policy in terms of how that activity is to be funded. So the option to do it is to release some of the reserve to take off the top. It's about a $400,000 increase in that primary industry compliance rate revenue. So you're still funding it in line with your funding policy, but you're using more of the reserve to actually bring that targeted rate contribution down.
Mr. Chair, can I just get serious here? We've been collecting a rate for 2 years and we haven't been able to do the work as intended. And so we've got a reserve that's built up way more than anticipated. And that is potentially going to be the same for this year, apart from 300,000 that's put somewhere else. You and I would not carry on business in the commercial world, and I don't see any other landowner agreeing to continue to pay something that's not being delivered. We should park it until such time as we can deliver it. I just do not accept council's in a position that can change policies and whatever if it chooses to. The issue is we're asking for money that we can't deliver something on, and therefore should we be collecting it at all? I agree that we should continue, but should we be continuing to increase it as planned, or should we hold it until such time as we can actually deliver?
So, Mr. Chair, I absolutely understand where Councillor Smith is coming from, but I want to separate out the policy settings from which is part of the reason for the increase in rates with the actual costs that we're assuming for the program.
With the greatest respect, Chair, we are here.
Can I let Janine finish, please?
Greatest respect, we are here to receive advice, and then it's for council staff to step back.
I understand what duty is around this now, so I'd just like Janine to finish her explanation, please.
Yeah, so through the chair, I'm trying to provide advice because a change in your revenue and financing policy is an amendment to your long-term plan. So I understand the end goal that Councillor Smith is trying to achieve. It's the matter of how we get there. And the way to get there would be to utilise some of the reserve now, if you want to mitigate the increase in that rate to those ratepayers, noting that there's a general rate component in there as well, would be to release more of the reserve through this annual plan. Then you've got all of your policies intact, but I think you achieve the outcome that is being sought.
Okay, so from my understanding, then you're going to take some of that $2 million reserve and apply it so that there is not that increasing impact on it for this next year. You're using the prior reserve.
And if we find again that the program is not required in this 12-month period, it's still delayed, then that will go back into the reserve. But we are taking the head off the $400,000 increase that is currently assumed within the budget. So we can flatline that. That means that the reserve will still have $1 million in it, just over $1 million at the end of this financial year, or sorry, at the end of 2026-27, and that assumes that we're actually delivering the planned program of work. So if that's still delayed, then we'll still be accumulating. Then we can have the LTP conversation.
So to me, that would also quantify that reserve is being used for the purpose it was gathered. It's not something separate down the line. Okay. Ben.
Yeah, I don't think we've had a business case here. I think this should be moved through to the LTP. I don't think we're ready to make a decision on the incentive support scheme. I don't object to what Noel's suggesting about reducing the overall increase in costs. And just in terms of this and PC1, I also want to ask a question about the healthy waterways coming up here. That freshwater policy stuff there is different than freshwater farm plans. Is that correct? Yeah.
Okay. So can I just check with you, Ben? Then would you be supportive of what Janine just outlined in using some of that reserve to lower the impact on ratepayers for this next year?
Yes, but that the idea of the incentive support scheme should be moved to the LTP and have a business case.
Yeah. Thank you. I've got Jennifer, then Keith, then Chris, and then Gary. Jen.
Thanks. What would be a quantum to raise that figure to? Brent? Sorry. What quantum would be what kind of figure in order to reduce that rating impact that Councillor Smith was?
So it's about $400,000, and I think the conversation is coming to the same endpoint. I think what Councillor Smith was saying was exactly what Janine was saying. There's a mechanism here to flatline that, which would be drawing from the reserve to fund rather than drawing more in, and so that would mean instead of 300,000, we'd be applying 750,000 from the reserve, which is exactly as our chair said. It's applying the money for exactly what it was sought for.
Sounds good. And my last question was just, are you really thinking of something big enough in this incentive scheme that needs to go to an LTP business case? Because ultimately you were arguing that it's being used for the same purpose, so does it need consultation? Or is it just a timing thing that it works better with? Because obviously work on the ground sooner is better,
and so
and we have the money.
So I totally agree with what Ben said. I'm not bringing forward a proposal for an incentive scheme at all, Ben. It was more bringing forward whether or not there was interest in us exploring that. We've had some people out there saying they're interested in exploring, and so over the next while, before the next LTP, we'll be able to pursue what that interest looks like. Because one of the things that's really important for us and for me is that it's somebody else's money. And so we'd be needing to engage with them about what would a good use of their money be around incentivising change in the sector. And so that's why we're really pleased that Waikato River Authority, MPI, Dairy NZ and others are keen on participating in what would be something that the users whose money that we would be using would say, yes, that's a really cool thing for our industry. And if there's nothing there, then we don't come back with a business case, Ben.
Yes, what I was getting at is if they were ready with something to match fund in time prior to the LTP, do you have the ability to jump in on that? Or because I'm always frustrated by local governments. Oh yeah, we'll always sort it in June, but the rest of the world's actually quite happy to do work at other times of the year of decision making, so do you have that agility or not?
No, I don't have that agility because it's a decision of the council around that as a business case. But what we do have is within our existing, we work together with partners already.
Right.
And so if MPI has a plan for something that we could pivot within our own work programs that is going to support delivering positive outcomes for our farmers and growers, then we can pivot within our existing work programs and budgets.
Okay. Thanks. I'll just come to Chris for a comment on that as well.
Yeah, so just a couple more comments on what our conversations, how they've gone. It's very clear that different organisations have interests in and we are making no presumption that there will be one at the other end. We've made it very, very clear to them. Council will need to make a decision at some point back from the game or use it such a way. Now, if we start drawing it down, that starts to impact. Janine, I just wanted to check, if we draw it down, is there a rating back to the same?
Yes, so through the chair, effectively that would be, as Brent said, about $750,000 that we're taking from the reserve for next year. That means that we've got a program of work that is not being fully funded. And so if the reserve is exhausted or utilised somewhere else, then either the program needs to be rethought or rates will go up. So part of, I think, any work that's done through the LTP is the consideration of the reserving position, how that might be released versus work that's actually delivered through the program.
Keith online.
Yeah, thanks, Warren. Just coming in this discussion, and thanks, Brent, for your explanation. I totally support what Councillor Smith has been proposing and would go along with a flatlining of the rate take for next year. I am concerned, if you look at the percentage of targeted rate, a lot is premised on, or not premised, is coming from the farming community. So any rates relief would be greatly appreciated. What I am concerned about, Brent, is when you talk about the exploring key partners. Didn't hear any mention of federated farmers or the vegetable growers. And as you will remember, a huge part of the whole discussion on PC1 was driven and defended by those parties. And so they need to be involved in that discussion, because Fonterra does not speak for the farmers, Dairy NZ does not speak for the farmers, and MPI, okay, has a totally different role. So I would ask that you have federated farmers having a prominent place in that discussion.
Well, 100%, Keith. And so just kind of coming back to what Ben was saying before about if something was going to come to this council, we would need to have a business case, which would involve talking with all of those parties. The initial conversations post the end of last year was Chris and I popping around to a few people to see was there interest. And the few people we spoke to said, yeah, there's some interest. And so now that gives us the impetus to start looking more widely before we bring anything back to this council for any decision. But all of those parties are very key, Keith.
Chris,
thank you.
Yes.
Chair Warren. Just one question, really, I guess. What percentage is the general rate contribution to this total? And just to follow up from that, I agree with, in principle, with what Noel's saying, and really, as a matter of mating principle, I don't believe we should be taking money on rate where we don't have certainty of the services within the foreseeable future, and the foreseeable future should be 12 months or a short period thereafter. That we're trying to equate expense with income, general principle. I think it's a rating policy. That's what.
So to answer that question, remember the primary industry compliance rate covers more than just this work. It also covers our work around proactive monitoring and other things. So it's funds several different areas, but the council agreed on a funding model of 80-20%, which is consistent with other funding models within the regulatory part of the business. In terms of your question about rating for what we intend to do, we fully expect that the government is going to have things in place by the middle of the year, and the court will have made its decision because they keep telling us that's going to happen. And so as your advisor, I have to tell you what I think I'm fully expecting to do from the middle of the year. And that's the best information that I've got. I've been saying that for goodness knows how many years now, and things that I'm not in control of are quite frustrating.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but we've already got the funds for that eventuality.
Correct.
Yes,
correct.
That's all.
Gary Maguire.
Mr. Chair, as one of the members of the rates control team, I would say, yes, I agree with Noel in what you're saying there fully, Noel. If there is funds that have been collected and not used, rather than smudging it over and saying, okay, we want to just take the pressure off where it goes in the future, I would say face that in the future. And Chris, you mentioned the possibility of turn the money back if rates control is what people want. They don't want those rates continually going up. I would say pay it back and front up in the future with whatever comes up rather than massaging it.
Sorry, Gary, that wasn't what I was saying in this instance.
What Noel was
Well, it's what I said. No, it's what Noel was saying.
Did you want a very quick comment, Brent?
No, I was just going to say, I think I've heard the direction pretty clearly. Flatline that rate and use the reserve. So when I say we, I mean my friend here will make that.
Oh,
So look, I've had input from various sources, and it's difficult, but under resource use, about, I don't know, 80% through the document because it hasn't got a page number on it. Thanks, Dave. Under resource use, paragraph PP, at the bottom of the page, it talks about identified savings of 266,000, and then it hasn't.
So I'm picking this isn't relative to this?
It is, absolutely.
Is it? Okay. Sorry.
At this stage, the proposed budget assumes the use of $300,000
Yes. Sorry,
of the reserve funds to offset the rates requirements. And so whether I was confused or not, I'll leave that for others to judge. But the reality is, what the bottom line is, $300,000 of the money accumulated will be put back against that reserve that the landowners are paid into. So this is that targeted rate, not general rates.
Correct.
Sorry, targeted and general rates. So the activity is funded.
80-20. Yeah, I appreciate.
So just to be clear, hearing the concerns of the council, we already reduced that work program for next year to the tune of 266,000. So we already reduced the work program, and then further to fund that reduced work program, there was going to be 300,000 drawn down from the reserve. Now we're looking at 750,000 coming from the reserve to fund that work program. So the total reduction in cost in that area is both the reduction in that 260, which is the amount of work, and then the funding coming from the reserve.
Right. Well, it's been an interesting discussion, Mr. Chair, insofar as I've now understood finally what's been achieved, because the 700,000 odd has only just come into the conversation. 300. So essentially, we're putting the money back against that rate to reduce the fund, but we're still increasing to, I think it's 416, if I remember the figures correctly, for this year. So we're going ahead with the third year of the increase, but we're offsetting that by 750,000 against that targeted rate.
Correct.
Correct. So we're clear as mud now. So I appreciate.
We are shifting the funding policy of the third year of the 80-20 funding policy. But off that, we've already taken 300. It will actually be 550,000 because of the general rate contribution. So we'll take 440 out of the primary industry compliance, but there also needs to be a bit that comes out of the general rate as well, because that's contributing into that reserve and that activity.
So, Mr. Chair, you can see how difficult it has been to understand what's really intended here, and appreciate the discussion. So thank you for letting it go on.
Ben,
I just wanted to clarify that many of us have read all these documents. It would be very helpful if staff could give us the page number when you stand up, because this is separated on two separate pages, item number 45 and then under the resource use, and it would allow us to be more clear in future.
So noted. I did struggle myself once the page numbers disappeared, so halfway through the agenda. It will be something I'll be taking up with your boss. Yeah. Right. So you have what you need in that space now on freshwater farmland. So thank you very much for everybody's input and acknowledging the work that goes in behind this to get to everyone's understanding.
Fabulous. So next topic is around the prior year surplus.
Did you not want to leave this to the end?
You wanted all your decisions up front. So
beautiful. Let's go. Let's
So
go with
that's
that.
why I've done a little bit of reordering of slides. when you were talking.
Okay, no, that's works
Yeah,
for me.
so we're all good. So as set out in the report, at the end of last financial year, we had reported an unallocated surplus funds of about $2.5 million. That was after council had approved the setting aside of up to $1 million for the chief executive as he worked through some organisation changes. And so at the end of December of those funds, about 580 has been spent, and there's still just a couple of matters that need to yet be resolved. So potentially some more expenditure there.
Could we just let us know that it's number 54 in the document? It's like we need to reference.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Ben. I'm trying to work across presentation and report and spreadsheets and all sorts. So my apologies, I don't have that to hand. I've got a hard copy.
So I think for clarity, in our agenda number 58, there's an A and a B option.
Yep. So
relative to the prior year surplus.
Yeah. So we've got the 2.54, we've got the $1 million that was set aside, and then through this year's annual plan, council had also notionally set aside $250,000 to support investigation into new water siphon technology. And that was contingent on securing external funding, which hasn't been available. So that 250 is available in terms of unallocated surplus funds as well.
So can I just confirm then, because I know there was going to be an update sought from Kanoa on that siphon funding, is that, so there's definitely no further work in that space, is that? That's what this indicates. I just want confirmation.
So Kanoa haven't come back to us. They promised me they would. They have not come back and given any update to indicate whether they're pursuing this or not. I would not count on it.
Okay. Probably do have some information.
Yeah, well, like staff have actually asked if where this project could be best placed. And the problem is with it, they actually asked it to be on a property close to me. And I really struggled with that because it looked like I was getting benefit from it. So I sort of pushed pause on it as well, that I didn't want to be one to seem to getting benefit from this project as well.
So I guess, like, if you look at the siphon piece, then the decision before us is do we currently just let that 100,000 sit there, or are we wanting to take it back and do something else with it, or whatever it is? So
yeah, and through the chair, that was match funding as well in terms of the research and development fund that council established last year through the annual plan. So it was to give funding of up to $500,000 around that. So we still have the R&D fund of 250 with another 250 coming through this plan for any that sort of R&D work.
So do you want us to address now? Say start with the surplus.
Yeah. So and we've talked about this previously. I guess by putting out that the other matters around the surplus, it's sort of what is the surplus that councillors want to consider releasing, given there's 250 that I think the staff recommendation is it's not needed, so it could be added back. There's still some moving parts around the other $1 million. And then I think there's obviously the consideration around uncertainty of expenditure, potentially around local government reform and what council may need to contribute into that space. But as we've identified, to return the funds, there's really two methods that are available to council. That would be a reduction in the general rate for next year, so we actually just collect less money next year, so than the budget anticipates at the moment. That's a simple, straightforward way. The more complicated way would be to process about 220,000 remissions, so remissions for every ratepayer in the region, which would be done under our general remission policy. I think from a staff perspective, It's probably the reduction in the general rate. I know council have been talking about, savings, looking for savings across the organisation leading into the long-term plan. By taking this off general rates, in some ways that is forcing $2.5 million of that, because we have a funding deficit then in the next year that we would need to be addressing through either different revenue sources or by expenditure reductions.
Right, Chris Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I can just work through these pragmatically from top. First one, $1 million set aside. I think the balance of that should sit there as a fund until that project is completed. $250,000 I think should go back. We use for it, then $250,000 set aside as it is at the moment. Hasn't been used. I support the process that we set up for this. I'm sure if there was a use for it found, then opportunity to come back request again. In terms of the way the remission's done, KISS principle is fine with me, because that best work for staff achieves the same result, provided we indicate somewhere on the rates bill or with our communication to ratepayers what's happened, so they understand.
Thanks for that clarity, Chris. Yep, Jen.
Thank you. The questions. And so with when we collected the money that has ended up now through all these different avenues, like with that 250 grand, be part of that surplus. Yep. The community obviously paid GST on that. We would have been on their bill as, like, let's say the equivalent 2.9 million. We end up with 2.55 million. And then by returning that, are we creating an issue where when we collect it again in future, they'll be exposed to the GST aspect? Just something I've always wondered. Because if we keep it and use it, then it's on the same path it's on. We just haven't ever, that I'm aware of, done this before. We just don't want to make central government rich with constant GST aspects just because we're flip-flopping around with our budget.
So through the chair, by offsetting it against our rates revenue, it would reduce the GST take on all of that. So where we've collected it previously, it gets returned net of GST to us, but GST gets applied on it as usual.
Cool.
Tax law supply.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to return the 250 back into the pot. I'm not hard and fast on either. I would also go with, if it was returned, I would go with simple rather than creating a whole lot of admin. So really clear on that. Just in the history of it, I remember Councillor Hughes pushed really hard to have that consulted on the long-term plan last time. I'm surprised he didn't even get a couple of his mates to submit to go that way, because a couple of other people submitted and wanted us to keep it, which is kind of one of the reasons why we kept it. And so I was wondering whether, and maybe this is more a question for the room, whether this is something that the rates control team is thinking about for this annual plan or for the long-term plan, because at the end of the day, you are always going to create that deficit. And I'm curious to know that if you did it, where you are happy to bear the following years. So maybe whoever talks next can help address that.
I've noticed Chris Hughes has put his light back on.
Probably don't want to hear from me again.
Did you want to perhaps address Jen's concern?
Well, I think the GST issue, well, I'm not going to comment on that at the moment. The GST issues, but you're happy about that. Yes, accepting that taking it off the general rates, it's going to have an impact next year, but you'll be having discussions about future of budget setting, and when we have a discussion with the chief executive in a week or a couple of weeks' time, and all will be revealed. So, okay, so you understand where we're going. Thank you.
Right, Keith online.
Thanks, Warren. Just a couple of points there. I totally support giving that $2.5 million back, and I think it's actually got a side benefit that shows central government that we're responsible in our behaviour in terms of being in the local body, and we're not being frivolous. The other part, I just like clarification, because when you look at that 250,000 for the siphon technology, so that's co-funded through the R&D fund. Can we scale that back?
That's not correct, Keith. So it was a separate figure put aside for investigation for the use of that siphon technology.
Okay, so the question still stays the same, Warren, is can we scale it back to keep that technology evolving, because it's got incredible energy efficiency if we can make it work?
I think it's still the potential to use that technology somewhere in the system is there. I think the thing that staff are looking at is, do we put that 250 into the research and development pond, that then it would be able to be reused again further down the track for potentially siphon or potentially something else.
I'm concerned that once you put things back in and stop the program, it doesn't come up again.
I think he's at cross purposes.
Yeah, there's no current program going on. We were looking for partnership funding from Kanoa to try and set something up, and currently we're having no response from them.
Okay, thank you for that.
Ben.
Yes, so happy to support the reduction in general rates revenue at 2.5 million. Would like to see some input into the wording that goes on the rates bill before it goes out, so that there is a note there that says there is 2.5 million reduction. Okay, is that possible?
So through the chair, the wording on the rates bill will have to be extraordinarily short.
Absolutely.
I think it will be through media release after this meeting, and maybe something around the time of the adoption of the annual plan as well.
So that perhaps we can look at that. Secondly, the $1 million for reorganisation costs. Is this effectively the reorganisation costs for ICM?
Yes. And corporate.
Yeah.
And corporate. Yep. So obviously there's a redundancy factor in there as well as those sorts of things. Yes. I support the 250,000 going back to the unallocated prior year surplus. But my question is, in our strategic plan, we've just identified we want to look at the identification of a CCO investigation process. Can we allocate money to something like that? Whether that's so that it's not going back into the pool, or if it goes back into the pool, can we then take it out again for something like the CCO investigation? Because we might need an external contractor for that.
Yes, so through the chair, a number of previous decisions from previous councils have been to utilise the unallocated surplus funds for some particular strategic initiatives. So things are aligned with your strategy, but they've fixed term, so it's not an ongoing program of work. So I think that's part of my commentary in terms of the flexibility that the prior year surplus funds give you in responding to some of that, reform program, be it our own intent or what comes at us from central government.
Well, we'll know there's $250,000 sitting there then in that case, that if that goes back.
Yep, I'm just getting.
And the other question is, item note 85, the proposed annual plan for 26-27 projects an operating surplus of 2.3 million. Is that effectively
so
another prior year surplus?
No, it's not. So that
Sure.
I'm quite sure.
Thanks.
The reasons for that surplus are very clearly set out. So we are not budgeting on a surplus. This is around how we're managing the finances of the organisation. The surplus comes at the end of the year in terms of variation between plan and actual. So what we've just tried to be explicit about is under the Local Government Act, there's a balanced budget requirement, and we have a resolution that you have to pass. Typically that's around a deficit position, but we just wanted to be really clear in terms of that operating position, why that's occurring, but it's not an unallocated surplus at all.
Gary Raymer.
Just first of all, Jen, in support of Chris, rest assured, help us on the way. Janine, it's just a comment as much as anything else, Warren. When I look at the discussion around that 2.5 million and the angst that it's creating in some quarters, it really supports where Noel was with around the freshwater farm plans, and it's better to not take the money rather than trying to give it back to the sector. So, I think it just, for me, it supports where Noel was coming from even more. So, but I do support giving it back in some way, shape or form.
Yeah, Noel.
Yeah, the 0.97 per 100,000 capital value, that's $9.70 on $1 million property. A lot of my community, like Narrabri here, Huntley, even up towards Tuakau, you've got $500,000 property, so that's about $4 something or other, less than a cent a week. So this is ideology versus practicality. And I know there's a majority of councillors sat on the rates control team, and this will be returned. The issue for me is making sure that if we return the 250 into the unallocated funds, that we make sure whether we are giving that back as well, or that we're directing it somewhere else, or it just sits there in the reserve, not part of the 2.whatever million. And I also will ask the rates control team in particular to think about, during the last term, we were hit with, I can't remember how many million it was, 1 or 2, where there was a computer program software developed to deal with PC1 that became completely redundant due to the time and so on. And I think it was 1.5 or 2.5 million that the cost had been run up. And we paid for that out of unallocated, or the excess, rather than increase the rates to pay for it. So I suppose you call it a sludge fund, a leftover. The fact that it got up to 4 or 6 million originally, 6 something or 619, my colleague here tells me, that was an excessive surplus. But there were circumstances why it became that. So I just understand where rates control came from. The reality is it's a nonsense giving it back, in my personal view, insofar as it's not really delivering that much savings, to the people who can't afford it. 1 cent per week, I'm not sure that that's actually going to be seen. But it's a matter of optics for those who are elected. You're delivering on a promise. So this is one issue that I am certainly going to disagree with you on, Mr. Chair, and your team. But I respect that you have that majority and able to do so. But I just ask you to reflect going forward. If there
It's not campaign on it, Noel. You've made
the issue going forward, Mr. Chairman, is that we need to ensure that if we have issues arise, that we have the ability to pay without then having to increase rates, etc. So I've made my point. Thank you for the time.
Chris Hughes. No. Gary Raymer.
Just a quick comment around that. People look at the headline number, and when I talk to anybody around the traps, if we talk about $1 million or $2.5 million, they see it as serious money. They don't break it down to the 1 cent a week. They just see the headline number, and it is significant and it is meaningful.
Thank you. There's an optic.
Mr. Chair, probably just need clarity in terms of the value. Heard the 2.5 and then add the 250 in, or not add the 250 in. So where are we landing in terms of the value of the surplus to be returned?
I'll just say 2.5 for me, and the 250 goes back into the surplus.
So do I need just a general raise of hands to follow that ideology as such? So just as an indication, The 250 goes into the reserve and just sits there. It's not part of the 2.549 given back. That's so it's not included in the total figure. So those that support that, I've got Keith online. So that gives you a clear understanding of where that's.
Yes.
Janine.
Thank you.
That's enough discussion. Thank you, councillors. Let's move on.
And I just note, through all of our reporting to the Finance and Performance Committee, we always report on this balance. So we do aim to provide transparency on where we're sitting with that, alongside all of our forecast information and financial performance. So we can continue to do that. So I think that was the end of the key decisions. So now we're just into probably the detail of the budget, some of the key budget drivers, and then the groups of activities in terms of questions that councillors may have on those. So I can hopefully whip through some of the key budget assumptions, and then our team members can join me for the Goa conversations.
Could we just get in knowledge of which page it's on so we can refer to them, or if someone can alert you?
Yep. Thanks, Chris. Sorry. Only so many things.
Through the slide pack that you sent us yesterday.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes. Yep. So,
So just in case,
a couple of slides earlier.
So we do have this slide pack, councillors, as well. So just so you're aware that.
Yep. So again, we've already had a bit of a conversation around inflation and the approach that we take. So yes, the LTP, when we're setting that, includes inflation into future projections. We strip that out when we're doing the annual plan. So we're starting from a pre-inflation basis. And then look at what are our specific contractual obligations for it. So we've identified up there the 3.7 million that's included within the budget that is driven by inflation. As I said, the largest proportion of that is in relation to public transport services, and that indexation is informed by NZTA rates as they apply and our need to comply with those. Other ones in terms of software licensing, so those contracts have a general CPI adjustment built into them. Lease and operating costs on this building, so predominantly on this building. We're coming into our first market rent assessment for that.
Sorry, Janine, so 0.62 onwards in your agendas?
62.
60, well, what did I say? 0.62. Sorry, there are no pages. Sorry, Katarana. So it's not
paragraph 62.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Issue key financial planning assumptions, inflation.
Yeah. Sorry, Karen.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And so I say first market rent review on this building. We have currently assumed, for the purposes of the annual plan, the assumptions that were made through the long-term plan. We have been taking advice in terms of independent advice around what that might look like. I think this is one of those matters that we can come back to council on May, June, once we've had some communication with the landlord, which hasn't occurred to date, just to see, are we high or low in terms of that estimate.
Chris, did you want to comment around that?
Point of clarification, Janice. I thought I read somewhere where the lease on this building is subject to an annual inflation adjustment. So is that an annual payment that is adjusted? So this is on top of that, or?
Yeah, so we have, I think it's coming up to a 5-year market rent review. Right. So that's where you actually do a full refresh in terms of
so this
what
is
the market rate.
Market rent review. It could go down.
Maybe, yeah. Always the optimist.
Yeah, lovely optimism.
We're getting independent advice, so we know what we can go into the negotiation.
Same subject,
Yeah, same subject. So if we don't like the price increase, what's the exit clause and how long have we got to get out? But it's, you know, this was done pre-COVID, so it's a very spacious building. I'm not trying to undermine anybody, but the reality is that we need a building this size.
So through the chair, I think rather than exiting, we would be looking at how do we consolidate our footprint within the building. We already have a sublease agreement in terms of Taumata Arawai, so that we have a revenue stream that comes in through that. So those are things that we review periodically in terms of our utilisation of the building and how we're using the space to see whether we can contemplate bringing partners in to help offset our costs.
Just needs to be thought about.
Yep.
Thanks.
Yep.
Very reason we now have a finance and performance committee.
So just noting increased power costs across our flood protection schemes. I think we all understand the increasing cost of electricity supply. We see it in our own household budgets. External audit fees, minor increase there, and just those discretionary community grant funds that we pay through the Regional Emergency Services Fund are increasing as well. So as noted in the earlier conversation, the LTP included provision for $3.4 million of inflation. The annual plan sees a slight uplift in that. In terms of salaries, so again, provision for market movements is built into the LTP based on information that's provided to the sector from Business and Economic Research Limited in terms of some of those projected inflation factors. So the LTP had assumed an increase in this space of 1.8%. Our best information that we have at this point in time, based on September 2025 information, indicates that a 2% provision is what's required. So strategic pay indicated between 1% and 3%. We've pitched in the middle for that. We again have the opportunity to review that before we finalise the budget. I'd just note, and I've made the comment earlier, this is around the provision that we include in the budget for staff remuneration. It is not the increase that staff receive. That will be based on where salary markets move, and it's also based on staff performance as well. For our new roles, we budget those at 95% of the relevant salary band, so we don't budget those at 100%. And we do factor in a discount to recognise that we have turnover, and there is quite often a lag between somebody leaving and somebody filling that role. So we build in a 10% staff turnover and a 10-week recruitment lag within our budgets as well. So we're not providing 100% of our salary for 100% of our staff.
Yeah, question, Gary.
Yeah, and Janine, so I noted earlier on that there was just over 1.4 million going to staff through KiwiSaver and performance payments. So is this over and above that? That works out about, depends on your staff numbers, about 2,200 per staff member already. So is this 1.7 million here on top of that as well?
No, so through the chair, the market and performance, it's not all performance pay, it is recognising salary market movements, is the 1.4 million across our 630 staff. And that is dependent on the role that they hold, the salary band that they're in, and how the market moves relative to current salaries. And within that, we have to find a provision for performance recognition as well. So there's the 1.4 of market and performance movements, and then there's the 400, which is the impact of the change in government policy around KiwiSaver contributions.
That gives you clear. Yep. Thank you.
So in terms of just our treasury area, so the investment fund income is budgeted in line with the LTP. So for next year, just over $2 million in rate subsidy that's provided through investment fund returns. Outside of that, the return from the fund is used to both inflation protect the fund and also to set some money around to provide for population growth. So it's keeping relativity both from a cost price movement as well as the population within the region.
Chris?
Yeah, just a point of clarification to Janine. The subsidy, is that adjusted for inflation and population growth as well?
It's adjusted for inflation only at the moment. The population growth was a subsequent decision.
So when do we make that? Is that a long-term plan decision?
It won't be substantial, like the population growth's 1.5%.
I just want to make sure those two are
Yep.
aligned.
Yep.
Thanks.
So we have, just noting, interest income. So for the money that we have, depending on our cash flow and with our rates that we only assess once a year, we get a cash inflow in October, which we invest to create a revenue stream through our working capital funds management. That is budgeted at 1.62 million for next year. That's down from the actual revenue that we achieved in 24-25, but reflecting the downward trajectory of the official cash rate over that period. And then on the other side, we have our interest expense, which relates to the cost of council's external borrowing program. One of the actions that we've noted in there is work to attain a formal credit rating that will provide a small reduction in future borrowing rates of about 6 basis points when we achieve that. So that will provide very small financial benefit, but it will also mean that we've got just reinforce those good treasury management practices. And the final assumption is just around regional growth. So when we've been talking about rates revenue, we as staff always talk about it in terms of the increase in total rates revenue that we're collecting from current ratepayers, and so that's after factoring in growth. And so we've assumed 1.5% annual growth and effectively the rating base in the region through subdivisions, new properties, that type of thing. That's been a fairly consistent assumption over quite a long period of time. We review it every year, and that's sort of about where that regional growth level is sitting from an underlying property information database perspective. We have included within the budget continuation of the business cases that were approved through the 2024 LTP. So for the 2026-27 financial year, that sees about $1.3 million of additional investment being included in line with what was assumed in the LTP. And those business cases are set out here. And we've had some earlier discussion on a couple of them. Just whether there's anything else on those.
Yeah, Ben. Yes, could we start with healthy waterways on page 250?
Yes, so we can either do that now or we can do it in the GOA.
We're not in this part yet. Okay. That's fine.
This is sort of an overview. We have got them covered in more detail in the GOA movements. And then just to note, alongside those LTP business cases, we've got these 3 strategic investment proposals, which is new investment proposed through this annual plan. The 3 items, which again we can pick up in the relevant GOAs, the Te Huia rolling stock business case, disposal of derelict vessels, which is under resource use, and the enterprise data strategy implementation, which is corporate services. So we'll pick up those conversations at that point in time.
Keep going, Janine, don't
Was a light on, light off?
I'm just looking at that Te Huia, so are we going to be talking about that?
Yep,
Yes.
we'll be right into that right now. So we're going to
hold the question.
Yep.
Perfect.
So with that, we're now into the groups of activities. As I said, we'll start with regional transport connections. Dave, I might hand the presentation over to you at this point in time, if that's okay. And then I might be able to help guide through the agenda.
No, all I was going to say, our council is looking for a quick 5-minute break before we move into the space. So there's some long blinking and a bit of yawning going on. So I just want to make sure you get a caffeine fix. So please, council, it is only 5 minutes, because the way we're progressing, we potentially will see this done today, which would be very, very nice. And time is money. and straight into the topic of regional transport connections.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if people have an electronic version of the agenda in front of them, it's page 231.
And if you've got a paper copy.
231. Okay, so Dave's driving the presentation. Should be able to skip through, I think, the first slide, which again was Te Hui's. There we go, tick.
So just taking you through the slides then, the first one is around rail, and you'll see there that the increase in direct cost related to inflation rail is 112,000. We're proposing for both bus and rail a 10% fare increase for the 2026-2027 year, which when offset against modelled 1% decrease in patronage results in that increase in fare revenue. So that's aligned with the wider story about the private share target for next financial year, which, as we've said previously and is included in reports, rose between the current financial year and the next financial year. This adjustment, based on our modelling, indicates that that's a desirable increase to achieve that target. The conversation about whether rail fares could increase more dramatically to either raise fare box recovery to a much higher level or to more broadly levels that you've seen and described as being achieved elsewhere in the country is a good conversation to have. We are doing some work ahead of national ticketing on the development of a fares policy for the region, and that's a job which we have to do both for national ticketing but also as part of the new regional public transport plan guidance. One of the proposals in that policy is to separate our current single fare zone structure at a regional level for all public transport into a model for bus and a model for rail. And the model for rail would then allow us to escalate those fares more dramatically to achieve the outcomes that you're indicating you're looking for us to get to. Proposed for this annual plan, though, is a fare increase consistent with the bus model at that 10% level.
So when would that kick in, Phil, that 10%?
Up until now, fare increases have kicked in on the 1st of July. We do network adjustments in February, March, and October each year. Our recommendation would be that we would adjust the fares from October so that we can do it as part of those network changes. Currently, we're doing 3 changes a year, 1 for fares and 2 for network. If we could move that to be in October annually, it would make it more efficient for us to make that change.
And that potential separate structure, buses, rail, when would we have an outcome from that then gives you the ability to work more on the rail side?
I think that's probably
that process.
I think that's an LTP discussion. Ideally, a long-term plan discussion. So this time next year, we could be talking about that.
Okay. Jen and Chris. Jen.
Thank you. Not that I understand a lot of where you're coming from there, Phil. In regards to, I recall James saying that one of your presentations that the fare for Te Hui could go up a bit. And I'm mindful we've made a decision previously about this 10%, but I'm just keen to find, is the 10% the right number, or is it a different number necessarily? But one thing that I'm pretty clear on is that I would want it to be as soon as possible, because it was to kick in on say 1st of October. Our review of Te Hui is happening in well, till the end of December, and it's not very much time, and you're making a change right at the end. So I would advocate for a fare change as soon as possible. And I'm just not sure what the number is, but I would love it if it was a round number. And I know when you're doing percentages, you always end up with funny cents at the end. Just keen to blend that at some stage. Thanks.
Points noted. Chris?
Yeah. Thanks, Ryan. And just really picking up on what Jen's saying, I'm totally in support of that, but I'm going to be a little bit more aggressive. And thank you, Angela, for getting Darren Fonda to present to us. I thought that was very useful. So we've got some oversight of how the interregional rail works in other areas and what fare box recovery is, which is significantly in houses at the present time. Coupling that with the increase in costs as projected in our budgets and the gap, the subsidy gap, which is opening up in transport, which I'm not at all happy about, and I'm sure most ratepayers won't be happy about it in Hamilton City anyway, because they're the ones that carry the burden. And I'm encouraged to hear, Phil, that there is a review going on, but to me, we have committed ourselves in our early resolution to a continuation of the trial of Tahuya for another 12 months. Now, to me, a trial must be representative of what we believe is going to happen in real life. It's impossible for us to expect the ratepayers to continue to subsidise Tahuya for the current level that is happening. It's not sustainable. So I want to strike a fair balance between what's happening in Wellington, which is where we should be aspiring to get to, and I don't know how long it'll take us to get there, and where we are at the moment. And I'm suggesting that has to be not less than 50% fare box recovery, and we should be targeting higher. And I want to see that happen as part of this current trial period. Otherwise, it's not a trial. We're just kidding ourselves. So I'm happy to elaborate, but I've probably said all I need to say, and others can have their bit.
Any comments from the team around that, or you want to carry on with the questions?
So perhaps the only thing I would say is that the fare box recovery calculation for Capital Connection is complicated because of that fixed sum contribution that two regional councils make. However, their fares are higher than the fares for Tahuya. And the independent review that we did following the 2-year review that we did in 2024 did look at what would be what it would look like for Tahuya to have a fare that was at $30 or over $30, and that's what they're charging for a similar length trip down south. So that's the difference. We're currently at $24 for a single on our B card. They're at $35. So that's what's in front of us. We said in the independent review as it came through the committees in 2024 that there was clearly an opportunity to separate the fare structures for bus and rail and accelerate rail. So direction today would be really helpful.
Can I just comment on that? If my memory serves me correctly, the subsidy being paid by Greater Wellington was $250,000, with a sum lesser than $100,000 being paid by Horizon. So say $350,000. I'd be more than happy to move that Hamilton City Council subsidises Tahuya fares by $350,000. I think that's more than fair. So there's your starting point, Phil. Thank you.
You mean the ratepayers of Hamilton City or Hamilton City Council?
Yes, the Hamilton City ratepayers subsidise it by $350,000. And I'll go to Auckland and see if I can get a matching $100,000 from them if you want me to. That's where it should be starting from, not where we are at the moment, which is 2.3 million or whatever.
Well, that's a totally different funding system from the one that the agency has just approved.
Ben.
Just picking up on that point in terms of the funding, from what I can get from Janine, she said earlier, NZTA has approved a 60% and that the fare structure was part of that discussion, and that there isn't an opportunity to increase the fares between this year and June 2027. Is that correct?
Through the chair, I don't think that's what I said. So the NZTA subsidy is always off net cost anyway. So cost less fare recoveries, and then we get the portion there. What I was referencing was, I think, through the last annual plan, based on direction from NZTA around fare box recovery targets, we had included, and it's set out in this report in terms of where we're at, what the increases over the 3-year period would be in annual fares and fares paid per annum. And then there's an update on where we're at. So they're two separate matters. But I think NZTA had approved the approach that Council had put to them in terms of increasing fare box recovery, but not to the extent or as quickly as they had originally indicated. I think then now the conversation is, can we go separate out bus services and those fares from the Te Huia fares, particularly for this last period of the trial. And I think that probably needs some more work done on it, and could be one of those matters that we bring back to you before you actually finalise the annual plan.
Fine. Thank you. I'm happy with where the fares are at the moment because we've got a 1-year trial. What I'm more interested in is actually not proceeding with this Te Huia rolling stock case at all, because I noticed that this is from a detailed business case produced in March 2024, which was going to require 12 Te Huia carriages, and that the key assumption is the NZTA board will approve Te Huia to become a continuous program from 1st of July 2026. Well, clearly they haven't done that. So I would suggest this whole exercise could be delayed for a whole year. And given that, there are 3 options at the moment. One is to business as usual status quo, but still requires $50,000. Then it's the 550, then there's a 400,000. There's the 3 options that are provided. What about delaying it for a year and not spending anything? Why can't we have that as an option?
Yeah, through the chair, I will answer that question if I may. The reason that we are advising that this business case work is undertaken now is because there are opportunities to ensure that we get future rolling stock investment into various processes that are ongoing over the next 12 months. So back at our workshop in December, we talked about the potential for procurement of Te Huia rolling stock to become part of the current Greater Wellington contracts as a means of avoiding what would otherwise be significant procurement process costs associated with that. So if we were to go down that route and discuss a deal with the supplier of the Greater Wellington rolling stock, we would need to undertake the business case work as soon as possible, and certainly in the next financial year. Otherwise, that opportunity will effectively be lost. We would need then to undertake our own procurement process, which would cost considerably more than using the Greater Wellington process. So that's one reason why we've said we would advise doing this work now. Also, we have the next regional land transport plan and indeed national land transport programme. So if we do need to get any investment for Te Huia into those documents, once again, we would need to do that business case work in the next financial year. And also we have maybe the opportunity to submit a Crown budget bid at the end of this financial year. We did have the potential to submit one at the end of last year, but because we didn't have a business case, we weren't asked to move forward with that particular proposal. So the advice is that we do this work because then we are prepared for any eventuality. Delaying it a year would mean all of those factors would effectively be in past history and wouldn't be able to take advantage of them. So that's really why we're suggesting we invest a relatively modest amount of money in business case terms to get things moving on the rolling stock. The reality is also that we're not guaranteed that NZTA as a regulator will grant a desired 10-year extension to the current rolling stock. It could be less. NZTA could also potentially want us to show some commitment to investing in new rolling stock as part of that safety case variation. That's a possibility. So again, what we're trying to do is de-risk everything by getting the rolling stock business case work done as soon as possible.
I just want to say I fundamentally disagree with this approach. What you're suggesting here is that we must go ahead and do this business case to get into the Wellington rolling stock bid. But then it's also noted that a 10% deposit will be required to be made between July 26 and 2027 for the money. So you're actually starting the process, and then we have to pay 10% towards the 130 million business case. So I'm just not certain why when we don't have a surety that NZTA is going to even approve the trial function moving forward, we are racing ahead with this program. And even then, when you even look at the status quo for $50,000, the disadvantage is it's not liable to enable a credible document. If we go to the $550,000 document, disadvantage not likely to enable a credible document. So regardless how much you spend, you're not getting a credible document out of your, it's on page 258, preferred option disadvantages. So we're not getting any further, and I don't see the urgency to rush forward to get on the bottom of Wellington's trains when we have to pay a 10% deposit when we don't even know this train is going to continue.
Yeah.
So I respond to that directly, but the risk that we have been sharing with you since the train started its trial is that the rolling stock we have has a finite date. And up until the conclusion of the current safety case extension process, we don't know what that date will be. But there is a point where we will not be able to utilise this rolling stock into Auckland or for use in the Waikato region. So what we've been talking to you about since the commencement of the trial, and we had a long conversation about it during the development of the 2024 long-term plan, was this risk needs to be understood, and our proposal is a way of mitigating that risk.
On that, you've got here, without a commitment to purchase rolling stock, running rights may not be extended for the desired 10 years. Right. But it may not be determined. So we're being asked to run ahead, do a program, spend $550,000, which is 0.5% of rates increase, just to go ahead for something that may not happen. And it doesn't need to happen urgently. There's a 10-year window. So I just don't.
I think you made your point, Ben, because there's some others that want to talk to, but potentially in the same vein. So, Noel.
Yeah, all of what he said, plus two issues. One that I want to come back to, Chris talked about the trial versus reality. For me, the subsidies are masking the trial, but they were necessary to get the trial up and running. Unless we move to a real life scenario, we won't know whether we have the patronage and the likes. And if we then move from trial to reality and we increase fees to get the recovery, etc., and patronage goes down, then, this is the whole lot of the unknown that Ben has alluded to, so I won't repeat. So how can we, so I'll carry on. The business case, again, all of what he said. So what I'm struggling with, and I understand where the staff are coming from, but the reality is asking us to do something that there's no guarantee. So we're saying to the ratepayer, we're going to spend in excess of $500,000 on a document that may not be sufficient according to the staff's own words. Then that's not prudent as a councillor to ratify. So, excuse me, we need to get our ducks in a row. And this sequencing is completely out of kilter. And I cannot support a business case for something that may not happen. And so we really need to be asking NZTA to even come further and say, let's get real. At the end of this, is there any support to go forward or not? And if not, well, let's not fool the public anymore. So we need some serious decisions from people that we can't control unless we know.
Thank you. Same points. Chris Hughes.
Yeah, look,
Can I get Chris and Mike? Sorry if we've got a number of them on down there. Yeah, thank you.
We're talking about 550k, which we're going to be paying half of, and yet we're happy to spend $2.3 million of ratepayers' money subsidising a system which may be closed down in 12 months. Doesn't make sense. Get your commercial brains out, please.
So,
It's just nonsense.
Yep. So same point. Can I just clarify the 550? Are we paying half of? So has NZTA come to the party? Okay. Yep. Thank you. Gary Roma.
Just a question, because on Rhinestock, I thought the option around the Wellington option of what 90% NZTA funded is gone, and that so we won't be able to hook onto that option from a capex point of view.
That's what the chair of the Greater Wellington Regional Council said to you when he presented to the committee. Yes.
Yep. If I just can make a comment on that, and so we would, if you're keen for this to proceed, we would probably try and advocate very strongly to central government that we should be able to get the same level of subsidy that others have got to interregional travel, and so that's probably the current position, but we'd be advocating differently. And we know the Minister of Rail, for example, is quite keen for service.
Agreed. So part of that discussion, which links into what some of the other people are discussing here, is when you listen to the Minister's comments around that, fare box recovery is a lot higher, around 85%. So the contribution is greater around the whole operation. So he's not just looking at one aspect of it. So I think we've got to be very careful when we start thinking about whether we want to get a greater subsidy on capital expenditure to what we do around running costs, so around the OPEX and get that balance right. So the points that I think Noel and Chris are making are actually critical to that argument for yourself, Chris McCluck.
Keith online.
Yeah, thanks, Warren. Ben and Noel have basically covered off my points, but in terms of Phil, you're right to weight up the risk factors, but some of us who have been involved in bringing stuff in from overseas and getting bill slots know that tomorrow's another day, and you shouldn't be shanghaied into making a decision which is not prudent, and I don't think this is prudent at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Gary Maguire and then Tipper online.
The current intercity bus rates between Auckland and Hamilton, or Hamilton to Auckland, $27 to $55. Question is that a subsidised service? And if they can do that in buses that can service the towns all the way down and have a lot more flexibility, and the cost, even if we were to buy buses of the same standard of coach buses, compared with the hundreds of millions of dollars in train that doesn't service a lot of the area. But the question was, is that subsidised?
No.
And that's the point.
Tipper online.
Kia ora, probably just a couple of alternate views might have been reflect the length of time I sat at this table. So they had a very long-ranging debate before I even came to council about whether trains or not. And NZTA put the first proposal up to us that I remember looking at to partner with them. So I think, like everything else, gentlemen, this is the national directive. Until they move away from funding trains, we'll be required to trial them. Again, it's going to be funded nationally. We should give them the same thing back. Fund it nationally, decide about it regionally, and we'll advise you. But it's one of those unfunded mandates they could take back, quite frankly. We don't want to do it. And if you read the case for the Golden Triangle, it's that we have these transport connections to move people around, not just goods. So, again, it's strategic. It's a long game. It's a long play. We're planting trees that none of us will be under. And I'm really hoping for the region that I want to live in, that we're more far-sighted than this. Kia ora.
Thank you for those comments. Jen?
Yeah, no, this is really NZTA's project, more so looking at the funding aspect, more so than ours. And when I look at our local MPs being very positive about this project going forward, quite excitedly posting on social media, yay, it's been extended even before today's decision. So if it hadn't gone through, he might have had to take those comments back. But, we had a lot of people around this table vote yes to a 1-year extension. Now, you don't do that if you don't believe in what comes afterwards, really. Like, otherwise, you're just throwing away $3 million or something. So, well done to those who have, made up their mind whether they want rail or not want rail, asked for division accordingly. But my point is that if you there is a report that James has written, and it finishes on the overall conclusion of this review and evaluation is that Te Hui has performed sufficiently well to be funded as a permanent service. There's a whole lot of scaremongering that it might not continue, but when you've got a report like that and you're giving it an extension for a year, the likelihood is that unless somebody messes something up royally, the next review is going to say pretty much the same thing. And we've got quite a good consensus around this table, I think, on lifting the fare box recovery a bit as well. So on that vein, the question is just, when do you do the business case to turn this project into more than it currently is? Because you're not going to keep it at what it currently is. It doesn't work currently the way it is to everyone's satisfaction. So you can spend $550 now, or you can do it next year. It's all a lot of discussion, but we've been told very clearly that the cost will be higher the longer we delay. So I'm really curious to ask a question of, do we have any indication of how much more it is to buy more rolling stock in the future outside of the lower North Island contract support? Is that millions? Is it 10%? Is it? Do people know this?
So through the chair, that is one of the key questions that a business case would need to establish. So essentially, we would need to look at the offer that could eventuate if we proceeded with the lower North Island rolling stock supplier versus alternative suppliers, because there are other suppliers out there who may be able to do things cheaper. So a business case will look at both options essentially and try to come to a considered view about what the best option might be. And that also includes as well how rolling stock options might be funded and financed. We've discussed before about
including who might own them.
Again, who might own them. That's
Wonderful.
right. All of these matters, only a business case can come to sensible evidence-based conclusions about what the best approach would be. Yeah, that's why we're advising to do this work, so we can have that much more informed discussion about what ultimately both ourselves and NZTA and the Crown would be willing to invest in a future service. And at the moment, we don't know the answer. That's the whole point of the business case.
Thank you, that helps. I would be really keen to explore, kind of like Ben does often, the detail of the 550, but at the same time, you've recommended that amount because you think that's what's required. I'm happy to go into it. It's just that I feel like we're just kicking it down the road with a whole lot of unknowns, and we're going to be sitting there with a train that's more than likely going to be permanent, and then we have no way of improving it, and we have more expensive ways of improving it. So I'm supportive of making a business case. The level of funding that you get to do that, I'm happy to discuss, but you can't just kick it down the road entirely. That's my point.
Liz.
I have sympathy both sides right now. It's a bit of a tricky one, isn't it? But look, first of all, Janine, I'm really keen to take you up on your offer to come back to us on that fare box recovery. I think, Chris, you want to be more aspirational, don't you, in fare box recovery? So I'm going to use that word aspirational because I think that might lead us down a path that perhaps just closes that gap on where some of us have positioned ourselves. So if we can come back on that, I think that would be helpful, please. The team, sorry. The rolling stock. There's a couple of voices in Tipper. Your voice was well thought through. The voice that's missing. There's two voices that are missing here. Central government. I haven't heard a strong voice come from them in regards to rolling stock and that we should be pursuing it, because their voices, they've just been silent as far as I can see. I want to hear their voice. I need to understand what their position is, because if we're just kicking the can down the road for just a year, and their position is that they want us to do that. Well, let's hear it now, because that might change our position if they're intending to fund it. So if that's the plan, and our new, mayors are going to be sitting around this table at some point. What's their position? Where do they see the rolling stock as well? I kind of want to understand. And we have a regional transport committee meeting in the next 10 days. So I think their voice is missing in the space as well. If they're going to be sitting in these seats, and so we need to know what they're likely or what they're thinking. And I think that's kind of missing at the moment. So I'm not really, I just don't feel I have enough information to make a decision on the rolling stock right now, because I need to know what that thinking is.
Thanks, Liz. Angela.
Yeah, thank you. James, just a question on the timing of the procurement. So can you just talk us through, once you pay the deposit, you order the trains, how long does it take for them to arrive?
So through the chair, the general rule of thumb is that once you have placed an order, you are looking at 5 years to have the trains delivered and in operational service. And that is an average, and because an order for Te Hui is likely to be relatively small compared to many others in the global rolling stock market, there is a risk. Could be longer than that. But again, until we actually go out and engage with some rolling stock suppliers who can give us a view about what they can accommodate within their production schedules, we don't really know. So again, a key question for the business case to establish is whether that 5 years is actually accurate, or whether it's more or possibly even less.
Okay, and just to follow on from that, and listening to people's views around the table as well, just to pick up on Liz's points, it is election year. Political parties will be coming out with their manifestos and election promises. So I'll be watching with interest to see who picks up on what in that. But just with us asking for the extension and it being granted in order to have that real robust decision making through the LTP, through the RLTP, to me it does make sense to do this business case now. It gives us all of the information to go out to the public with next year, all things Te Huia. If it continues at 51%, then we have that rolling stock conversation at the same time. We've got the information, we know what the costs are, and everyone can make an informed decision. As to the fears, looking forward to that information coming back as well. But I'd be of the view to get the evidence, get the information, so we can make an informed decision through the long-term plan. Thanks.
So I've got Gary Maguire and I've got Chris Hughes. I do want to move this on. We have pretty much heard from everybody around the table, so I'll go to those questions and then we'll move it on. So Gary.
Is it feasible to give us a cost, an estimate within, say, 1 month of a comparison between buses and Te Huia coach buses?
No, Gary, this is about rolling stock. This is where we're working. We've got a trial going ahead with the Te Huia, and that's that sort of thing. We're not. You're going back work that's been done previously. So this is not relative to this.
Can we be
due respect?
with
That's something you need to take up with the Transport Committee.
Okay.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it is something different. It's been pointed out to me that Beckers have actually done a report on this already, and that report I think should be circulated to councillors so they can brief themselves on it.
So just for clarity around the table. So on rolling stock replacement.
Yes.
For the Te Huia.
And all the
pluses
and minuses, all the problems that are associated with it, which are not insignificant. So I'm suggesting that all needs to be read by councillors before we have any further discussions, because that should be incorporated in that report if we're going to go ahead with it.
So Phil, around.
It's not a report I'm aware of. Is it for Waikato or?
Get a copy of it for you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so I must admit, from my personal approach to, I'm along the same lines as Ben is. I think we're going at this too early. So because I believe a big part of a business case is the fact that how the trial ends up and will it be supported further down the track. So just that's my 2 cents worth at this stage. So I don't think we're far enough on a one way or the other, and this is something that's going to come back to us, Janine. But I am aspirational in fair recovery.
Yep. So this would be another point that we would come back to council around that May-June period for. So we'll leave it in at the moment. But I think the team have obviously heard the conversation. We can bring that back for a final decision. So
I think around the table we've heard that potentially there's a Becker report. Potentially there are voices that if we have some indication from NZTA, from mayors and ministers, potentially if staff are able to gather any of that sort of information, it will help us make a bit better informed comment around this and whether this business case goes through in the annual plan or not.
Okay, so we'll just continue through the rest of our slides on that basis. So as I mentioned first thing this morning, there was a bid for funding for new services in the 2024 long-term plan that was not approved by government, and as a result, for each of the years of the annual plans, we go through a process of reducing the dollars out of the program that were identified for that work at that time. So Dave, if you flick to the next slide, please. So the results of that are summarised here, and they are noted against the national indexation numbers that we've talked about already today, to give you the net changes and the agency funding perspective changes as well. So happy to pause for any questions on that.
Jen?
Just a quick one. It was in the papers around the Metro Spatial Plan work being delayed. Could you just explain that? Seems to be a recurring theme.
So the funding that you approved for the Metro Spatial Plan was underspent last financial year because the NZTA required the Transport Working Group of Futureproof to focus its time on the investment case for Hamilton Southern Links. As a result, the programme of work that was identified was deferred, and you approved some carryover funding to allow that work to step up this year. Really, we're now back into the remainder of that 3-year cycle of work. I don't believe there's any ongoing delays. I think we'll get to the end of the 3 years with the package of work that was identified delivered, and that will help feed into the integrated infrastructure and services conversation across particularly Hamilton and the Regional Council, but other future-proof partners into their LTP cycle. So then carrying on, the slide here describes a little bit of the story with the branding work that we've been doing and what we are looking to achieve in this financial year versus next financial year. Happy to take any questions on that.
I think we've had that discussion. Thanks, Phil.
Yep. And then if we go forward a couple of slides, Dave, you've then got our overall proposed programme budgets for next year. Happy to take any questions on that.
And just noting that these figures are all before the 60
decision. Yeah. No, I think that's it on regional transport connections. Thank you very much, team.
Thank you.
They all took a breath. Next up, customer, community and services.
So I'll lead this conversation off, although this group of activity does cover off governance, iwi Māori partnerships as well. But Dave, just want to flick into the next slide. So probably the predominant drivers in this area are actually in relation to things such as our triennial elections, as well as the preparation of our next LTP. These are costs that come in 3 yearly lumpy cycles, and we spread those evenly across a triennium through the use of reserves. So we have additional money put in. So in terms of triennial elections, obviously that cost has been incurred in the current financial year. So we see a decrease in expenditure in that activity for 26-27. Whereas with the long-term plan, we're starting to lean into that starting this year and definitely next financial year. So we've got additional direct costs in that area around things like audit fees, bringing in some temporary resources in terms of project management and the like. Little footnote there that this is on a consistent footing in terms of previous LTP processes that we've been required to undertake. If there is any change in light of the local government reform around relief or what's required through the LTP development process, then that might have some positive impact in terms of that budget requirement, but we have nothing to base that on at this point in time. So we're continuing as we normally would. And then in terms of the change this financial year, it's really around that inflationary provision over our audit fees.
Ben.
Yes, this is item number 94, and planning and reporting. It's gone from 1.24 million to 2.2 million, but there's no real explanation of why there's an extra $1 million apart from possibly the additional costs of 256 for the long-term plan. Can you explain what the remainder is?
So that will be an allocation of staff time. So in terms of doing an LTP requires more staff effort. So the only change in direct costs is as is indicated up here. But we do see more time needing to be directed from a corporate planning team perspective, from a financial planning and reporting team perspective, into our statutory planning requirements in an LTP than we do in an annual plan year.
So is that additional staff or contractors?
No, it's just an allocation of where people spend their time.
So will that mean there's a $1 million reduction somewhere else?
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Chris.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Janine, just like to refer you back to page 55 of our finance and performance agenda we discussed last week, and you gave us budget FTEs there. I'd like to know how that fits into this chart, if you like. Just better visibility, because we're supposed to be examining these things in the performance committee, and I can't relate the two. I need to be able to connect the two, please.
Yes, that's right. So through the chair, just to clarify, in terms of at the Finance and Performance Committee meeting last week, I provided a deep dive into my directorate's expenditure. So that was viewed through, I guess, an organisational structure perspective as opposed to an external reporting focus. So the two don't marry nicely. They're not directly aligned because that some of that effort. So I think there's a separation within that report, in terms of the corporate support functions and then the actual program of work that the directorate delivers. So that program of work and the staff time and effort cost is shown within that report.
Thank you. So I'd like to talk about this offline, but just for everybody else. For me, if these are going to be useful for us, then they need to be tied back to a point of reference in our annual plan, so that we know this is what's happening and there's where the dollars are going. Make sense or not?
Yes, it does, and I've probably tried to do that with separating out the pure overhead and then the activities that are undertaken in terms of the program of work. I haven't given you the activity name that they contribute into. But
so that's the missing, and tying into the dollars. So, okay, thank you.
I come to Tipper. Did you have a question?
Yes, just a brief one, Janine, in terms of the BAU services that this group represents, and then moving the new dial, which is transition to whatever that is. Do you think we've set aside enough in the in income for any work in that space? Because it will cost us, otherwise everyone's doing a job and a half, and how we're accounting for the transition work that needs to occur too. Thank you.
So through the chair, can I just clarify the transition work? Are you thinking from an organisation perspective or work that's coming at us from reform?
You're on mute, Tipper. You're muted.
We're going from reform into transition. I'm just making sure we're providing enough resources for that to occur.
Yes, so through the chair, we don't have anything explicitly provided for within the annual plan around that reform transition program at all. That's one of the key assumptions that I think councillors need to be clear on. We have talked about it in terms of that 250 from the prior year's surplus, but specifically around a CCO establishment conversation. Aside from that, we have no provision within the budget to respond to that.
I think because we know it's coming down the track, it might be an action to the CA. I'll take your guidance on it, but that we keep that in front of us, because I'd hate for it to be a cost that we pretended we didn't know about. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just say,
yes.
There has, just in response to that, I think you might have been or may not have been at the Finance Committee meeting, but there is a projected surplus for this year, and mentally that's been put aside at this stage anyway to fund whatever may come out of the reorganisation costs.
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you, Councillor Hughes. Just noting that we also have within the agenda a deficit around our Civil Defence Emergency Management Group, which may be another demand on that prior year surplus. I think in terms of the second quarter forecast, we were at a $650,000 surplus. There's a sort of $450,000 challenge with Civil Defence Emergency Management Group that we're seeking some direction from Council on as part of this conversation as well.
Yep, thanks, Janine. Ben?
With no funds allocated, I just wonder if Chief Executive or you, I think that mayors of CTPs will make an easier ride for you in terms of implementation.
Right, moving on.
Yes, moving on. So I think that is all in terms of this group of activities, and that's just that income statement. So, Greg. So this is page 227 of the agenda.
Hello, councillors. So this activity covers both the work that we do in the resilience space, so working with our communities to provide information and also work with them in the adaptation projects, as well as our WRC emergency response, the work that we undertake. So building on the workshop that we had last week, it involves our flood management coordination, our marine oil spill response, general emergency response support to the organisation, and supporting CDM where we can. And there's been some very active examples of that over the last few weeks with this particular activity, working to deploy staff into both the group and local EOCs. As you can see there's no adjustments to the LTP budget has been requested. So I will leave it there, but happy to take questions. Thank you.
Jen?
Yeah, main question was I found somewhere in here about the review of the funding model for flood protection. It said something about timing having shifted by 12 months. That was rather significant. No, it's not right here on the slide.
No, and so through the chair, that's not within this group of activities. It's around
Okay.
flood protection.
Come back to that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Or I can respond to it
Yep.
now, and then we don't need to come back to it. We have just, so the program was on track for the reporting of some principles back to council, hoping to be able to workshop those April, May this year. We've got a CE KPI to land that by the 30th of June. I think there was some reporting on progress with that yesterday through CERC, which says there is some risk to that June date in light of staff being diverted into flood response activities. So some of the flood modelling work that we're needing to be completed to inform that review. But it's progressing. We're just monitoring the timeframes for it.
My understanding was we were going to have the long-term plan conversation be what the new funding model will be. Is that now no longer the case?
So through the chair, it's never been. So we've always acknowledged what we wanted to get into the LTP was the first conversation around the principles and communication of that, thinking that we would need potentially an amendment to the LTP around the actual implementation of a new funding arrangement. So we won't have that. We won't have that within the next 6 months, but it will be some clear communication with our ratepayers on what the principles for a change in funding would be.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Janine. Ben, you're on regional hazards and emergency response.
Yes, I am. So in item 94C, the annual plan was 866,000 for emergency response and has gone to 1.4 million, an extra $800,000.
Allocation of staff time, I think, is noted in the report.
Yeah, I would have to get an answer for you there, Councillor.
Because at the same
because
time,
there are no adjustments to the budget that have been sought. It may well be, I mean, our staff numbers have remained consistent, so it will probably be a adjustment to allocation of time across the business.
well, no, just checking on that, perhaps you need to look at that again. So it's gone from 866,000 to 1.4 million, but at the same time, the staffing numbers have gone from 20 down to 14. So the staff numbers have gone down by 6. Is that regional use?
I don't know where he's doing that.
Rick?
FTE, maybe.
That's page.
District staff.
No, that's civil defence.
Just we can clarify that later.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if what it is there's a number of staff who sit in that team, but the amount of staff across the organisation who have time allocated into that space, it's increased.
That could be it, yes.
And also I note that when we come to Waikato Civil Defence, they've dropped by $800,000 in expenditure. So obviously money's been switching around.
No, they're two separate activities, quite separate and distinct. So the report notes that it's the increase in total expenditure is reallocation of staff time within the Integrated Catchment Management Directorate. So it's not an overall increase in expenditure for the organisation, it's just where that's sitting.
Location, yep. Oh, Chris.
Yeah, can I just ask, who's got overall fiscal responsibility organisation? Regional.
So the regional hazards is
So
WRC.
is regional council responsible for monitoring this and managing it, or somebody else?
So we are for this. This is our work. And then the next activity that we go into is the Civil Defence Emergency Management Group, which is arm's length from us.
So this is Greg's.
Yep.
Correct.
Responsibility. Okay, thank you.
Do you have another question, Ben?
Oh, sorry.
Okay, we'll move into the next one, which is the civil defence, as mentioned.
Greg won't go too far away because he'll be back next.
I'll stay.
questions. I think Jenny has kind of mapped this out. So we have a situation where there's been a change over the last couple of years where we've moved from this council having service level agreements with territorial authorities, which involved a number of roles being employed by this council, to those roles going back to their home council. And that, in a nutshell, has been the predominant reason why the group ends up in this position where there looks to be a deficit. So, as you'll have seen in the report, there's a couple of options about how to move forward, and the option that is, I suppose, the option that if you were going to ask me my recommendation, it would be the first option, which would be to utilise the surplus to clear that reserve. It's the same, effectively, it's the same ratepayers because it goes out to the same people, and so it means that you don't have to go out and rate those people for that $448,000 if we have $448,000 of their money that we can use to clear that reserve. So that would be my recommendation. We had this is a matter that will eventually go before the joint committee, but we had a meeting of what's called the coordinated executive group. There's a subgroup of that called the managing executive group, which is too many acronyms, and certainly that was the preference of that group in terms of its recommendation through to joint committee.
Chris?
I'm just interested in how this deficit arose. If you take the salary decrease out, it should have been a gain for us. The people have still been employed, so we're not paying them. And suddenly we end up with a deficit. So did we plan to have this deficit? Or?
Unfortunately, Chris, I wasn't the director at the time, so the detail, I wasn't involved with the detail, but at the higher level, the revenue that was coming from the territorial authorities was 940. So that revenue disappeared, but the salary costs was only 448. And so there's a difference between the salary costs gone down and the revenue that's gone down. There's a few other factors in play, but fundamentally that's the reason for that difference.
Must be missing something. Doesn't make sense to me.
So labour costs are more than just salary.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and so a portion of this, a reasonable portion of these difference in costs are the burden costs that would have been spread around all parts of this organisation, including CDEM, which reflects where people are in terms of their overhead burden, their IT burden, all those sorts of things. Sorry? Yeah, I'm sorry, Robbie, that's a detail. I just don't know that fine detail. But the loss of revenue means that some of that burden cost that would have been picked up over by civil defence is a burden cost which will be within this organisation, of which civil defence is part. But remember, it's separately funded through its own targeted rate.
So what you're telling me is that somebody's dropped the ball on this. They haven't been doing their work.
I think it would be fair to say that there's been some learnings with how that process
I don't care how you
fell
do it
out.
up.
Yeah.
That's what's happened. Somebody's dropped the ball. We were asking your ratepayers to pick it up.
I don't think that's the case because the collective ratepayers would have been paying for this. It's just where it's coming from. It's no additional, if that makes sense. It's like the rate was coming through the SLAs, which is still from the same group of ratepayers. It's just
somebody's
different.
Obviously not foreseeing what was going to happen, and they haven't rated accordingly. That's what this is telling me, if I'm understanding it correctly. Anyway, look, it's history. It's happened. I'm just saying we must ensure that this is not allowed to happen again, because It's not a lot of money, but if it was a lot of money, then we'd all be very concerned about it. So,
I hopefully can give you confidence, Chris, that I am now over this and it won't happen again.
thank you, Brett.
Oh,
Just on a similar vein, we've got the same issue arising or potentially developing in the ICM space where a number of drainage districts are looking to exit from council management to self-administered, which will take out the payment of those burden costs shifting to other districts, which has now accelerated conversation in the last few days with a number of drainage districts. So there will come a time when there's a tipping point where it's uneconomic for any drainage district to remain under the control of council. So this is something that I absolutely alert the organisation to going forward.
Chair of Finance.
I think you've had enough. You've had enough of me. But the point I just want to make as a general observation that this question of stranded costs is going to become a greater and greater issue for all councils and territorial authorities. And we, as a council, I'm sure our chief executive is very much aware of it. We just have to be very conscious. Activities which are moving around and that will happen, and it's going to happen more and more, that we need to be in front of it rather than behind it. Otherwise, this is going to crop up every time you change the business model. So, sorry, Mr. Chair.
That's all right. Tolerance is one of my virtues. Right. There are the two options. Brent's indicated his preference. I'm just trying to gauge off councillors if there is a contravening view to that preference.
I have a question about, so the other one was increase the civil defence targeted rate slow or over a number of years. I mean, what kind of increase talking about, and would that then be sustained into perpetuity or not?
So fundamentally, councillor, if we don't do what option one is, option two is that the civil defence part of our collective regional organisations has a negative reserve balance of some $450,000, and the joint committee would need to make decisions about what it wanted to do with that. And the joint committee, which cells are apart, determines that they wish to ask this council to rate an extra $450,000 to clear that reserve, then this council would need to then rate that extra $450,000 to clear the reserve. And then the commentary there about the timing is whether the joint committee decided it wanted to do that over 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, or 4 years. The option one here takes that issue away.
Admin away. If we have surplus.
Can I get clarity? Because I think you're crossing the option numbers over.
Yeah, back the front.
Sorry.
So there's option one and option.
Yeah. So you're suggesting option two, it comes out of prior year surplus.
Correct. Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just for that clarity. Yep. So I have Noel, and then Gary, and then Chris, and then that's.
This is exactly what I spoke about earlier about having something in the kitty. So absolutely support the utilisation of the reserve to settlers because of the argument that we've all paid for it across, I think there's 400,000 ratepayers or thereabouts. It's about $1 a ratepayer. But it needs to be addressed in the long-term plan going forward. So would absolutely support that.
So no, thank you, Gary.
Seems to me that, okay, there's been a faux pas, but there's money there that can cover it correct in the simplest way and in line with what we've just gone through with Otrahonga and Coromandel recently. I think we need to front up and move on and expect more to come in the future.
Chris Hughes.
I'm against not rating separately for it. As far as I'm concerned, we shouldn't be having sludge funds, which use money at councillors' whim to move from one to the next.
Thank you.
If
Number
we're
two.
stuffed up, we rate for it. End of story. Money that we overtake from, we overrate ratepayers, goes back to them. So there's absolute transparency. Yep.
So you're number one. Okay.
Yeah.
Robin.
Yeah, I'm actually for the just increasing the rate to it, tell you the truth. But Last year I had spent a couple of hours with Julian in Wellington, and like legislation wise, it sounded like we were going to have to do a lot more in this space. Are we not going to have to? That's the bit if that is that we are going to have to do more in this space, then you should be coming to us with a business case of this is where the government direction is, and the rate increase would be valid to do so. And that's the bit I think we're missing out of all of this.
So if I can just answer that on behalf of the group controller. So Julian absolutely is intending to come to joint committee to talk about the things that you've just described, Robbie, as part of an LTP conversation as opposed to an annual plan conversation, because it's significant changes that come through annual plan, through LTP, not through annual plan. And so Julian is absolutely intending to talk to joint committee about all those things you've just described, about the things that are coming, but as part of LTP.
Thank you, Ben.
I just want to clarify, we've just agreed to allocate the 2.5 million back to the rates. Where is this prior year surplus that this money is going to come out of?
So the 2.5 million was 23-24. You understand that?
Yep.
Okay. So.
But you indicated
no
prior year surplus, the 2.3 million.
So where this would be drawn from is the $650,000 operating surplus that we're currently reporting for this financial year. So
I haven't seen that anywhere in the documents.
Well, it was for the forecast, which was reported to the Finance and Performance Committee meeting last week.
But not in this document.
No, there's been some.
Doesn't say there's a figure in this document.
So it doesn't sit there, but that is seen to be an opportunity to square this away this financial year. So it is not a problem going into the 26-27 annual.
Yeah, my view is it should come through an increase in the civil defence rates, because CDM can come back to us at any time and request / demand we increase rates, and we're obliged to do so. So, yes.
So through the chair, I guess we've recommended consideration through the surplus, consistent with other decisions that council's made in terms of if we have funds, we should return them, but also being very cognizant of council's appetite for increasing rates at this point in time. So we don't need to do that. We can resolve the issue this year without needing to increase rates to recover it. As is noted in the report, we have some precedent around this. We did clear some additional costs that were incurred by the group following COVID. It was about 380,000, I think. That again, we'd taken general operating surpluses from council and cleared that rather than seeing short-term increases in rates. So just tried to be consistent in terms of the way that we've approached it.
Jen, did you have a question?
Yeah, I had a lot of sympathy for what Robbie was saying before, and I think that in the long term, the CDM rate is likely to have to rise for the changes that are coming in that space. But that to me sounds like an LTP discussion, and to have this sit in deficit for a whole year and then deal with it would just be a lot tidier to use the surplus. So if push comes to shove, I'm leaning towards using the surplus if we have any. Yes.
The question is, if we were to increase the CDM rate, targeted rate, does that require consultation? It doesn't. And therefore, the other question is, essentially by returning, if we looked at returning it to the ratepayer and then increasing the rate, is it not one and the same? I'm just trying to get a clearer understanding. We return the rate, the surplus back through a paying for the
previous years.
Yeah, basically zeroing it out with the surplus. So is that not one and the same?
No. So if we were to use the operating surplus, we would clear that this year. So it's not actually an annual plan issue. I think if the rate was to increase, there probably needs to be a conversation with the group, and I think all of this is subject to a
So
conversation.
long-term plan for the rate increase, that's got to come through from business case. But right now, we're talking about a 400,000 deficit.
Yep.
And we can cover that.
Yep.
And that effectively is giving it back to the ratepayers, because that is a across the board.
Because instead of having to increase rates.
Increase it, but if you increase the rates, it doesn't require a special considered process.
So I'm just looking to help staff out on how they're going to bring this back to us, because I can't see that there is any different information that's going to come back to us. Potentially what that increase in rates might look at as a rate number. But apart from that, I can't see any difference in information that we don't already have in front of us. So I'd rather we get a decision on this now.
And the
one way
increase in
or the other.
rates would be $2 per property, effectively. If we say 450,000, 220,000 properties, it's a,
Okay.
it's
So
a
there's
bad,
your
it's a bad
indication
order of magnitude.
of a value to increase the rate to cover this deficit. Or you can use the existing surplus to cover this deficit, and there is no rate impact.
That's right. And the surplus allows us to address it this financial year, so we have a clean slate moving forward.
Ben.
Oh, just clarifying. If, for example, we choose not to go ahead with the expensive version of the business case for rail, that leaves us 550,000 sitting in the budget as well. I mean, does the surplus increase?
So through the chair,
Guys, please listen.
So the conversation around the table was for further information to come back from staff on that business case before you set the budget. So at that point in time, we would be saying, is the $550,000 in and to be funded, or is it out? So we won't keep it in the budget if the work isn't to be done, if council don't agree to do the work. So we will drop the rates requirement. So there's no surplus.
But just to clarify what the chair just said, it's not 550 impact on the rate.
Correct.
Rate
It's
payer.
49% of that.
49%.
Yep.
So what is the cost of returning surplus as opposed to just paying the deficit? Is there any?
Yeah.
Returning the surplus. So by
return it.
But yeah, so with the recommendation from staff to use the current year's surplus to repay to cover it, it's journal entries in a financial system. So 2 minutes of work.
2 minutes? Yeah.
Clear it all out. Versus, well, it's no more. I mean, if you want to leave the deficit there and increase rates, that will come through the budget setting process. But that just has a longer tail onto it, depending on what period the repayment is done. So we need to manage that balance over however many years that looks like. So there's the strike of a pen in terms of an administrative matter, or a bit more management and oversight that's needed.
Chris Hughes.
As far as I'm concerned, we as responsible councillors should be going for absolute transparency. Taking things out of a pool over here and allocating them against a pool over there that they haven't been rated for is not good transparency. It's not the way we should be going out and putting information on the public. Unfortunately, we've got a few people around here that have never worked in the private sector. This would not happen. The level of governance that's required in the private sector operates at a much higher level, and a much higher level of transparency is expected of those sitting around these tables. So as far as I'm concerned, increase the rate so everybody can see what we're doing, and that money then gets paid across to the group that needs it. So that's where I sit.
Brent, let's just come to Brent to answer.
So if I can try to help a little bit with that, with the concern that you've got, Chris. Remember, a number of these costs that we're talking about are costs that this organisation, WRC, has sheeted through our allocation structure to the Civil Defence Group to fund. So they're not. So the costs that the totality of us have sheeted across into our civil defence part of the business. It's become complicated with the changing of, it used to be funded because we had a whole bunch of staff there that we had revenue that was coming in from the district councils. So it's not like civil defence has gone out and generated new costs. This is not new business that civil defence has done. Civil defence haven't increased their work program, they haven't increased their staffing numbers, they haven't increased their deliverables. So I just wanted to make clear that they haven't gone out and done a whole bunch of new things and then said come to this region and created themselves a deficit to ask this council to fund.
I think the council's clear on that, Brent. I don't think that was actually issued. You may.
These costs have been incurred, correct me if I'm wrong, by a group of people who have been allocated to carry out Waikato Civil Defence emergency work. End of story. We haven't thrown a whole lot of other costs in there and dressed it up as civil defence emergency.
So yes, but it's how the overhead burden that comes with that is being funded. Yeah, and that overhead, a good portion of this was how the overhead burden was funded. It was funded through SLAs, through the revenue coming from district councils. That revenue has gone down, but those overheads have stayed the same.
Okay.
I want to move this on. I did think we would potentially get to a decision, but I'm starting to doubt this. So very quickly, if it hasn't already been discussed, Jen, then I've got Gary Raymer, then I've got Ben. Totally relative. There's two options in front of us.
Yep.
Jen.
I just wanted to correct that. It's quite clear in our papers that the surplus has come about primarily by investment performance, planned use of reserves and council policies, not over-rating, because that keeps getting implied that we over-collected. We did not.
Noted there's a number of facts. Yeah, factors. Gary Raymer.
Just very quickly, if we don't use, as Chris Hughes says, our slush fund, our 650 surplus, what happens to that 650,000? Do we carry it over? We have a problem with the same with the 2.5 next year?
So through the chair, that is staff's current estimate of where they will land in terms of at an organisational level against the annual plan budget by 30th of June 2026. So that's taking into account a number of variables that operate within our budgets of overs and unders. We will continue to track that. We will look at it again in third quarter. But at the end of the day, if council decides not to apply that funding in here, then yes, it will sit as an unallocated surplus at the end of this year. That comes back onto this table for you to determine how that's utilised.
Thank you. We can leave that there. Ben, did you have a?
Just going to say we should go to a raise of hands.
Mr. Chair, can I just add one comment in terms of this is while the Civil Defence Emergency Management Group rate is noted as a targeted rate, it is applied across every ratepayer in the region. So it works like our UAGC, it's just got a special label on it. So by returning it through the way that staff have recommended, it is not advantaging or disadvantaging any part of the community.
Thank you. Robbie, did you have a final comment?
Just how long has this been visible that this 400 thing has been there? Has it been 6 months or has it been, when was this identified and not brought to us far earlier? That's the question. We got a committee member over there, but has it been related to the committee? We haven't heard about it till today, so I reckon that's a real issue. If you actually come to us before Christmas, if it was identified or wherever.
Let's find the answer.
So the Civil Defence Emergency Management Group had a reserve that went into the deficit at the end of last year to the tune of
About 160,000, I think, from memory.
Previous to that, its reserve was slightly in the positive. It had, and so this issue is, it would have come to the council as part of the financial reports that came through. There was a negative reserve at the end of last year, and then this has grown through the course of this year to the point that Janine has brought it to the very first finance committee.
The question
2 weeks
is, when
ago.
did the SLAs stop? When did the SLAs stop?
So the SLAs themselves ended different times, but around December last year, December 2024, I think the decisions were made for the SLAs to be ending at the end of last financial year. But of course, that all happened in the middle of the financial planning cycle.
Yeah, so since June.
Okay, I will go to a quick hands up straw poll type to see if we're as divided as I potentially believe we are. So those in support of using the this current surplus as indicated to cover this hole, please raise your hands. Eight, nine. So we have 9 indicating support. And those that would rather see a rate increase.
Can I just ask, what will happen if we don't have a surplus as projected this year?
Not sure.
Well, I'm asking the question.
Well, sure. Well, apparently there's 600,000 sitting in the bank now that potentially will pay off this 448,000.
So through the chair, we will be reassessing all of these positions at the end of this financial year once we actually understand what that operating position is. At the moment, from a forecast perspective, we would put in the repayment of it, but that's still subject to balancing the books at the end of the year.
Okay, so currently that still sits on the table in front of us. No, I'm going to keep going. It's only 10 to 4. Potentially we haven't got too many more decisions in front of us.
Still.
Robbie, I'm not interested now. Thanks. We've moved on. I'm not interested. Thank you. I'm not interested. Not interested. Next item. Thanks.
Right. So me again. Turning to our flood protection, land drainage, or flood protection and control works groups of activities. So this is the activity that looks after our infrastructure, so both flood protection, land drainage, and roof management. So what you'll see on page 229 of your electronic agenda is that there is some planned changes through the long-term plan, and that includes an adjustment to our agreement under Project Watershed with Hamilton City Council. So for those that aren't aware, we do contribute approximately 800,000 to Hamilton City Council every year to allow them to undertake roof management works within the city. That's through a memorandum of understanding with Project Watershed. So we collect the rate and pass it on to Hamilton City, and we also provide information and advice to make sure that program is successful. So there is a 50k increase built in through the long-term plan. In addition to that, you can see at the bottom of the page that there are some adjustments to the budget. A couple of things I'd highlight. As we've discussed previously, we have brought our environmental monitoring function in-house for Motukaraka and Lake Waikare, and so that has showed some realised savings. And whilst we have had to budget for some additional labour, we've also reduced our contracted services budget by 280,000. So an overall benefit, and that particular program is underway and showing some really good outcomes and benefits from bringing that work in-house. So a really good outcome there. I would note that there's some additional costs for our structural audits, and so this is our annual program that we do to inspect our assets, to understand their condition and performance, and identify the work that's required through our capital program. All of those changes that are identified have been built in through either additional funding through Kanoa or through use of our reserves through our zones. There's a bit of an increase in power usage. I think we've already covered off that our flood protection activity is a significant user through our pump stations. couple of things at the top of page 230. Note that the Coromandel reconsenting process is underway, although one amendment I would note is that that project has been placed on hold for 6 months, and that is because of the changes to the Resource Management Act and a need to understand what will be required going forward. So that project has been agreed to pause for 6 months, so we can understand more before taking that forward. And the last one there is just noting that there is a Thames Valley planting project underway, and that is funded through Kānoa, and that we did talk about. That's through Tranche 1, and so that work is already underway this year and continuing into next year. I'll just note that this activity also has a substantial capital program, and that's contained, I don't have the page number, but later on in the document there's an outline of that capital infrastructure program for flood protection and control works. Focus of that is on the major projects that are funded through our Kānoa funding, both Tranche 1, which is underway, and Tranche 2, which we've already talked about today in terms of those funding deeds. We'll leave it there, Mr. Chairman, and happy to take any questions.
Happy to take any questions here, Ben.
2 questions. One, you've talked in here about the contracted services for Lower Waikato is delivered internally, so saving 197,000. Well, it's now costing 197,000.
Yeah.
The second sentence says additional contracted service expenditure is now included for 280,000, requiring confirmation of proposed resourcing for this work.
That should say not included. So we have reduced our contracted services budget.
It says now included.
Yeah, so it should be.
Right. Okay.
Apologies for that error.
You didn't point that out when you should have possibly done it. And it was something Jen was on earlier, what you might want to pick up, Jen, was review of the funding for flood management and drainage services. So this is the timing of this, one of the business case updates. Jen, do you want to pick up on that? This is the timing for the delivery has been shifted out 12 months due to staffing availability. So you want to comment on that?
So through the chair, I responded to that earlier. That's an active program at the moment with some deliverables that we're hoping to get in front of council middle of this year, but there has been some timing pressure as a result of the recent flood responses. So yeah, but that's work that's happening right now.
No other questions. We'll move on to the next.
Yeah, so
still
with me. So this is the Integrated Catchment Management group of activities. So this covers our catchment management, biosecurity and biodiversity activities. So again, there are some adjustments to the budgets, but those adjustments are made within the relevant reserves, both in terms of zone reserves for the catchment program and the biosecurity reserve in terms of some program adjustments that are noted there. I won't dive into any further detail, but happy to take questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Yeah, Ben.
Just 2 things. Waikato River Authority co-funding not available. Does that mean there's no co-funding or just for specific projects?
It'll be for specific projects. So every year we have a fluctuation in our revenue that comes in from different funders, including the WRA, and so we adjust our budgets each year to account for that change.
Fine. The other one was 170,000 for 3 years for the management of freshwater clams.
Yep.
That came through the annual plan. I just wanted to question, the 170,000 was originally for 133,000 was for contractor compliance. So I wanted to check. There was 12,000 for education, 2,000 project management, 20,000. Most of it was contractor compliance.
Yep.
Where are we at with that? And how much has been spent this year? And is there still a requirement for the next 2 years for that?
Yeah. So yeah, as you rightly pointed out, there's 2 different elements covered by this operational budget that's in place for 3 years. One is the development of training material and standard operating procedures for our teams to do what they need to do with regard to Capicula. That work is underway. There is an increase in the allocation for that particular work program. So there's a contract in place for 69K. The remainder of that budget is in place to, as you say, deal with the additional costs that we're seeing from our service providers. It spans across the organisation, so ICM, Maritime Services and Environmental Monitoring. So far to date, we've had an additional 59,000 has been claimed from that budget. So it is being well used at the moment, and I expect it will be continue to be used over the next over the period that this funding has been approved.
The original business case also had a contractor at 60,000 a year for 3 years. Has somebody been hired as a contractor to operate this program?
Yes, so we've engaged a contractor to undertake the development of our SOPs, development of our training, and then the delivery of our training as well. So yes, that's been completed.
So I'd be interested in an update on where we got from that, considering it floated through for an annual plan process and we haven't seen an update since. But if
Yep. So through you, Mr. Chair, can I suggest that we provide an update to the Integrated Catchment Management Committee on this particular matter?
Fine.
There's been any other questions on integrated catchment management? No, we'll move on.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Oh, thanks, Dave. Big picture items there you'll see is the ongoing delay with the Irish Next Gen program. And so whilst it talks about an increase of spend next year, that's a delay of spend that was supposed to have happened last year because of the delay in that project. But of course, as you're all aware, this is really about the timing of drawing down on the loan. And so fundamentally, because we have drawn down a lot less on the loan by now than we had anticipated, there's actually a bit of a savings in terms of we're not paying back loans yet. That's just the timing of spending. You'll see that we are now fully immersed in the transfer of the Port of Tahuroa and charging fees off to Tahuroa, and for the EPC, it'll probably be in the May EPC where we'll give you a good update about how that is all progressing. I think I've mentioned before additional funding that's come in from partner funders, both in relation to the education programs and the Kura Waiti program and the waste program, which is all reflected then in increased expenditure. We've already talked about the primary industry, which is on the next page there, Dave, those reductions. And we've already talked about the new revenue as we will start to transition across to user charges for as the new legislation comes into force. So you'll see over time more revenue coming from direct charging for permitted activity monitoring. On the next page there, this is a conversation that we've had a number of times. We had the workshop last year and the council asked that we come forward with a proposal around how could we strategically get ahead of the risk around derelict vessels. You'll have seen in the strategic proposal, the teams identified that there's probably about $500,000 worth of vessels out there that would need removal over time. And this proposal is about starting to get into that work to reduce that risk to council. And so you would have seen that proposal is in next year, $90,000. Every vessel, obviously, that we remove from the water which is at risk saves us potentially, you'd have seen in the news some of those ones in Auckland where one vessel can cost more than $100,000 to remove, some of those big old ferrocement vessels. So that's rather than a nut plan. The next slide is about farm plans, but we had that conversation earlier. Thank you.
Ben.
Yeah, three things. Primary industry engagement community education has gone from 5.4 million to 5.9 million. So perhaps you can explain what's in that.
I can explain that, and I'll do that really quickly.
And also the additional partner funding of 130,000 is expected. So where's that coming from?
So because of the way that the financial system is structured around goers, the the IRIS work needs to be shown somewhere. And I gifted my manager who oversees the education, but our education business, to be the project owner of the IRIS project. And so the IRIS project reports through his budgets. And so when you see community education of 5.4 million, just note that 3.8 million or so of that is actually the IRIS project. And so that growth that you see is around IRIS, where we've had growth and spend in community education solely. That's in the enviro school space, where it's being funded by the territorial authorities, and in the Kura Waiti space over the next 3 years that we've got from the Waikato River Authority. So in the education space, increase in spend is from increased revenue from third parties.
Okay, fine. Marine services, when it comes to staffing, there were no staff in 25, 26, and there's now 13 staff, 26, 27. Just wanted to know what happened there.
So that's a consequence of a little realignment that I've just done. So maritime used to be a subset of regional compliance, reporting through to Patrick Lynch. With the growth of our responsibilities in the maritime space, and in particular taking on responsibilities for Takaroa, the role of the regional harbour master is somewhat more significant. And so now that reports directly to me. And so you'll see that stuff reported separately because it's been separated out from regional compliance. So that's why you'll see it's gone from 0 to 13.
That's fine. I just wanted to ask you about delivery vessels. Are we on to that?
Part and parcel. I think we talked to the business case now. Happy to do that. Yeah.
So I note here you've removed 14 high-risk vessels, identified 32 more. The current contracted services budget is 180,000.
Yeah, so the current contract services budget is around delivering our business as usual, all of our aids to navigation, of which we have 1,000 odd, and all the work that we do with our contractors managing that. That's an existing budget which delivers business as usual.
Yeah.
So this is about additional work to where we are identifying vessels which are about to fail, and it is far better to remove them before they fail and collapse, before they become a navigation hazard, which then becomes our responsibility to remove. The 90,000 is about starting to eat away at the $500,000 worth of at-risk business that we see over the coming years.
I understand to reduce those risks. But the question is, if you go to page 265, business as usual, which is adopt a purely reactive approach, only remove vessels that are sunk or otherwise, the estimated cost is $300,000. And the do different is $90,000.
So one's proactive and one's reactive.
Yeah.
The reactive is going to cost $300,000, and then you're estimating.
It's a risk conversation, Ben. So because you don't know, if 3 of them go down and the 3 big ones, it's $300,000 in a year. I'm not saying to you that the $90,000 is going to take away the risk. We're just going to try to remove the biggest risks as we can. If we don't do anything about these risks, what will happen is what has happened in the past, which is something bad happens and we
No, I
come to
understand.
council.
I'm not questioning that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that in terms of your numbers, on page 266, you're costing $60,000 a year. Comes to 300,000 or 90,000, which actually comes to 450,000. But it's not clear that you're currently expecting to spend 300,000 out of a $180,000 budget, and now you're wanting to go to 450,000 over the time frame.
So the business case outlines it's directly the $90,000 is for work with derelict vessels. And it's proactive work. I think this is a really important piece of work because not only it's a major environmental risk that we're facing, and it's a biosecurity risk not only from pest organisms that attach to hulls of derelict vessels, etc., etc. So I think to me that is fairly clear.
To be 300,000 there and 90,000 there. That's
Yeah, I think what you're referring to, Ben, and apologies if it hasn't been really clear, is the staff are making some assumptions. And so they're saying, if this were to happen, it would cost $300,000, and that would be until we've got And of course, sometimes we can remove a vessel for $10,000. Sometimes it's $90,000. You don't know. So I think in terms of the business case, what the staff were saying is reactively, this is the sort of thing that we might expect. We don't know, because if no vessels go down next year, there won't be $300,000 worth of costs. And so they're trying to provide a comparison point around the risks that come from being reactive versus trying to mitigate those risks by having a progressive response. Now, in the ideal world, there would be $500,000 made available and we would clear away all of that risk. But that's not a realistic response. And so what the team is saying is, how could we progressively move through the higher priority ones, which is where they've come to the figure of the 90,000. So it's kind of not directly comparable, if that makes sense. It's a spend this is a risk. If we had 5 go down, it wouldn't be 300, it could be 500,000 in a year. We just don't know.
And presumably it could be 2,000 per, and presumably we're also charging the owners.
Absolutely, Ben. And so if we can get money, we do. Unfortunately, the sort of vessels that go down are people that don't have any money. But equally, if there's $500,000 worth.
Can I stop you there?
Sorry,
we've had this presented to us. We're going back over ground that is. To me, it's a fairly clear, simple business case to be proactive in this space, and it's $90,000. Chris.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. It's a bit frustrating if people don't come to workshops. When we workshop this,
came to that workshop, I fully understood it. It's not clearly set out in the agenda.
Ben, I'll leave it. Yeah, thanks.
When we had this workshop, there was a discussion about increasing the levy on mooring owners and also maybe extending it to berthing, which maybe is a bit more problematical. Has that been progressed? And if so, what is the outcome?
So short answer, not progressed because they don't have the tools to do so. The ability for us to charge a mooring holder a fee because somebody else's vessel might go down, we don't have the legislative ability to do that. What I think Chris, the Harbour Master, was saying would be ideal is if there would be some sort of a registration fee, like you have a car registration fee, that would have to come through the Crown. The collective Harbour Masters been asking the Crown to do that for some time. The Crown doesn't want to go there, which puts us in this position where we end up being responsible for the safe management of our waterways because the Crown has delegated that through to regional councils.
I understand the issue, but it would be nice if somebody had said to us, hey, look, this is what we need to do so that we can actually put some pressure on the minister responsible to try and get the legislation changed so that there is a means of recovering this on a proactive basis rather than trying to reactively collect it from people who are probably not even alive. These boats get left. So I understand the problem. I just want to find a way to solve it. So
agreed.
Somebody can let us know. We'll do what we can to lobby whoever's responsible.
Robbie?
I agree with Chris there, but just in our policy, we're supposed to be drawing up some bylaws in the future. Maybe we could stick it in that we could, of recouping our money somehow. I don't know, but I think that's something to maybe investigate. Support, I think, get on with this is one we should support and just move on. I'm sorry, Ben, I understand your frustrations, but this is going to become a real issue with older craft that's sitting in Coromandel and Thames and a lot of places in the next 10 to 15 years that if we don't deal with it now, it's not going to cost 90 grand, it's going to cost millions.
So I think the key to it is that it's a proactive stance. We're putting some investment in it to hopefully get slightly ahead. We all know it's a massive problem up in Auckland and around the country. So it's just something staff have come to us to try and give us a proactive way forward. So thank you. So I've just checked with Dave. There's another 20 slides. How are councillors? Can I get a feeling, Janine, on how much is left? I just whether we stop now and we come back for 2 hours tomorrow, or we battle on. I still have 3 councillors online, and I have councillors in the chamber. So I'm just trying to get a feel on timing that's left. I know how long's a piece of string, but
Yeah, so through the chair,
to be sure.
I'm going to be in surround sound. We've got this activity. It was restarting. Sorry, there we go. It sorted itself out. We've got SPY, which there's really no change in there. And then we've got the corporate activities. We've covered a number of those in terms of inflationary drivers. There is one strategic investment proposal that's included in there. And then I think it's a recap of where we've got to.
So that sounds to me like 20 minutes. Would that be?
I'm down with 20 minutes if councillors can hang in there for that.
Righto, let's give it a go. Let's run with it. So we still have Keith Tiburamokal online. Yeah. Tracy.
Sorry, new password. Afternoon, councillors. Lucky last of the goers. We're on page 236. Dave, not much to see on that slide. Next slide, thanks. Excellent. A couple of matters I just want to highlight on page 236, paragraph TT. Roman numeral I talks about an increase, because we don't have page numbers, I don't know if you're aware, talks about an increase to fund the annual regional greenhouse gas emissions inventory. Just want to clarify that that isn't an increase in funds, it's net zero, it's a transfer from another cost centre into a SPY cost centre. It is fulfilling our statutory requirements under the Climate Change Response Act. Councillors previously asked this at the previous annual plan workshop and also at our most recent strategic direction workshops. We are still required as a reporting organisation to undertake the work. What the OAG clarified is that it doesn't necessarily have to be reported in our annual report. That is a contribution that we pay to a Waikato Regional Council local government syndicate, which has actually come down. Karen will correct me if I'm wrong, but has actually reduced in the last couple of years because of more councils joining that syndicate. We've talked about the peat business case, and we will bring back to you the information that you're after there, which contributes, which is a main contributor up at the top to that increase of what looks to be 415,000 for the Environmental and Science Cost Centre. Other contributions there relate to inflationary pressures and also includes that transfer over from another cost centre. Greg mentioned the work that we are doing with ICM in terms of looking for those cost savings. So there is a reduction in cost there for environmental monitoring. Part of that is the 100K that was transferred over from ICM for labour, which is that net zero saving of 179 from moving that monitoring in-house. The additional saving there is bullet point 3 up on the board, which relates to the Healthy Waterways business case that Councillor Dunbar-Smith was going to raise. So that Healthy Waterways business case is across the organisation and our response. It was also crafted 3 or 4 years ago when the statutory requirements were more than what we anticipate they will be in the next year. In response to that and the additional number of FTEs that we sought in the LTP, we've reduced that by 2. There are still 2 FTEs that remain for the 26-27 annual plan. We are loath to take those out too early, but we should have certainty, I would say, in the first quarter forecast that you'll see going into 26-27, and we will have clarity of what we're doing there. The other thing that I would just like to raise under the Healthy Business Case, Healthy Waterways business case, is just in the last couple of weeks, we spent some time reviewing the policy program, effectively what work we need to carry on doing, what we should be pausing and what we need to start, based on the, I guess, first flush of what we're seeing with the new legislation. So Plan Change 1 and whatever that may bring, the Regional Coastal Plan appeals, plan change to the RPS we will carry on doing. We will carry on participating in the Waikato District Plan appeals and also Waitomo District Plan appeals. What we have paused doing, and we are not creating any additional spend or no additional contracts for, and these are all statutory requirements. An RPS review, our RPS MPS highly productive land plan change that under statute it's saying we should be progressing. We've popped that on a pause. Our freshwater policy review popped on a pause. Regional plan review for our land, air, water and geothermal chapters popped on a pause. Our air quality strategy popped on a pause, and our private plan change for our kawhia marine farmers who have elected to go to the fast track process. So we've popped those on a pause, but we will be reviewing those in the next couple of months to understand what we need to do in order to meet the new statutory requirements of notifying a spatial plan within 15 months and then a natural environment plan within 9 months of that. We also have, as a result of that, some funds that are sitting in 25-26 year that we would likely look for council approval to carry over into 2026-27. My intention, as I've got there in the last bullet point, is not to ask for further funding in 26-27 to respond to incoming missiles from Wellington, but to repurpose and reprioritise existing budgets. That's me.
Thank you, Tracy. Questions, Ben?
Yes, two things. One, for Stratton Poll, it would be useful to get a list of what's on hold, the RPS review and those sorts of things, and your spatial planning as you get closer.
Through you, Mr. Chair, once we've sorted that with the project team, it was my intention to bring a report outlining again the risks and the pros and cons to strategy and policy. Yep.
Fine. And the 1.66 million in 26-27 budget,
So
is it
what
like
what page are you on?
page 250?
Yep.
Yeah, it's in your business case
Yep.
for healthy waterways.
Mm-hmm.
There's 1.66 million in there. If it is not needed, what happens to that money? And do you anticipate needing 1.6 million in the coming year?
It is likely that there will be a reduction of that. For me, it was a bit too early to say what that reduction would be when we don't know what's coming through in the legislation, but it will not be at the level. So we've already taken out a couple of hundred by virtue of reducing the FTEs. Until we get that legislation, which will land with its I's dotted and T's crossed the end of June, around July, we will have the clarity then. But yeah, and what will happen with that money in our first quarter forecast, we would say this is what we need.
Right. So there may be some additional surplus sitting there if it's not all used.
Potentially, yes. The crystal ball is just too opaque at the moment to make that guess. To provide you with a guess that I could actually sit here and back up.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tracy. There's no other questions. Thank you very much. Corporate and management.
Cool. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I will run this through. I've got John come and grab a seat. Thank you for joining me. Next slide, please, Dave. There's a number of these matters that we have sort of canvassed through the discussions already today, but we'll just run through them and take any further questions. In terms of the LTP, as we talked about, the first market review of the lease on this building is due this year. And so we've had that provided for in the LTP. At the moment, we're sticking with that assumption until we've actually been through that process with our landlord. So that's the LTP stuff. Next slide, please, Sue. In terms of changes through to the annual plan, predominantly driven, that's why John's here, through the information services budget, across a number of things. Some of it just the inflationary drivers of our software licensing costs, so 260,000 for that, but additional expenditure also going into areas that are really supporting the moves that we're making around artificial intelligence, utilising those sort of emerging technologies within our enterprise systems. So, for example, the Infor Velocity Suite of 50,000, that gives us access to all of their generative AI capability. But to be able to really make use of that, we do need some support and advice in how we can be, where the best opportunities for that are. Additional co-pilot licensing. Again, we have, I think, just over 50 current full co-pilot licenses, and so they have been piloted. We had some stats that John presented to the Finance and Performance Committee about the extensive use of AI co-pilot within the organisation already, so we're just looking to continue that. New payroll solution that went live last Friday the 13th, and it's all good. It wasn't a Black Friday, so we've crossed that line. And our enterprise data catalogue, which is in conjunction with our spatial information team. Next slide, thanks, Dave. Outside of the IS space, we have just some general cost increases in terms of our fleet management service provision, inflation over all of our leases, and associated costs for our regional offices. But offsetting that, we've had the release of 110,000 of a budget that was held for council-controlled organisations that's no longer required. Probably the new area of investment, slide, thanks, Dave, a strategic investment proposal in terms of short-term resourcing for the enterprise data strategy that council has in place. And so I think if we think about our increasingly digital future, the ability to actually use emerging technology, including AI, there are some baseline conditions that we need as an organisation, and that's really understanding our data and governing and storing that well. We need to be really clear on our business processes, and so we've got some move some resource around to support that business process governance activities happening as well. And so the enterprise data strategy is really the way of bringing all of this together in a way that we are effectively supporting, as it says up there, that data sourcing, the management and governance over the long term. So we understand what data we have, who's responsible for it, how it's being governed, is it required? Because obviously storage, as we get more data, storage gets more expensive. So we can actually be curating the right data, but having confidence in it. I'll just note that the original strategic investment proposal for this, I think in the December budget that was presented to council, was a request for over 400,000, I think it was 455,000 to support this work. We have looked internally within Customer and Corporate Services Directorate, and I guess since that's been brought together, at reprioritising some roles, at least in the short term, to focus in on this area, meaning that we've reduced that request from the 455 down to 150 for some contracted expertise to come in and make sure that we're on track to deliver this work.
Right, we'll go to questions, Chris.
Yeah, thanks, Warren. I guess more a general comment and also a question for both Janine and John. In general, I'm absolutely in support of funding that's required to go into maintaining and enhancing the systems we've got. Once you get on the treadmill, the IT treadmill, there's no getting off it, and it's a question of just managing the way forward. I guess I'm more concerned about where the organisation's going to be, say, in 5 years' time, vis-a-vis whoever else might be incorporated in here or taken out of here. So I'd want to make sure that whatever investment decisions we're making are proofed for the future. So we're not going to go and contemplate making decisions on investment in something which envisages we're going to be an organisation twice the size we are now. That may not happen. So, and nobody knows, we don't have crystal balls, but I just want to ensure that the decision making is being driven consciousness that we may not, as an organisation, be on the same trajectory as we are at the moment. Bearing in mind, absolutely support spending on maintaining and enhancing our current systems with a view to making the ship go faster on less fuel. I don't know whether that makes sense or not.
Does. Yeah, I'll try and cover that. Thank you. Yeah, the budget we've put forward is really based on continuing to deliver and support the platforms we have. And when I presented to Finance and Performance Committee last week, pointing out that we have a robust set of enterprise class solutions. So they're in place, they're highly scalable should we need it, but this budget is assuming current state. Apart from the items that have been identified where we're seeking to leverage those platforms, particularly in the space of process optimization and artificial intelligence, as well as the work being done on our enterprise data strategy. So it's the budget put forward isn't anticipating that we're going to be doubling in size over 5 years or significant growth, but those platforms are scalable to absorb growth should we need it. That will come at a cost, though, in terms of increased licensing if our numbers grow.
Okay, and I'd just like to acknowledge the fact that you've reprioritised some of the spending. 400,000 previously, we're down to 50 now, you know, and that's certainly appreciated. So I'm 100% supportive of the direction of travel.
Thanks, Chris. Ben?
Yes, three things. On page whatever it is under corporate management, business sustainability was 91,000 and has now gone to 282,000. But corporate sustainability, which was at 137, has disappeared. And I presume, has corporate sustainability now become part of business sustainability?
I can answer that one. Yeah, we closed that cost centre. There were two running. They were inherited from years and years ago. Right. So we collapsed them. There is, in fact, no additional ask across those cost posts. It's simply the reallocation of labour, and with that comes the corporate overhead attachment as well.
Good. Over the page was just looking at the lease costs, and a note here, there is a risk that the current budget provision will not be sufficient to meet the market increase. Mm-hmm. Two things. One, is it a problem that we signal what amount money we've got in our annual plan so the market knows what that is, and will we be reporting back if it exceeds what how will it report back?
So through the chair, that was the conversation we had before, that staff are taking independent advice in terms of what that market rent should be. So yep, there's a budget provision there, but we're actually we have got, I think, 3 pieces of advice in terms of what the market indications are now, so that when we are entering a conversation with the landlord, we're informed from where the market's at, and that will be the determinant of any negotiation.
And yes, I'm supportive of the enterprise data case at 150. I originally come in at 450,000. I suspect that the ghostly presence of Chris Hughes has been floating through the organisation.
Through the chair, I think that's just as we've been working through the reformation of the Customer and Corporate Services Directorate, of where priorities lie. and some vacancies have created a short-term opportunity to actually just move some resource into this space, which is deemed to be a high priority from the sector.
Janine, just a question around, and it's actually ZZ. I don't know how they get there, but anyway, council-controlled organisations budget up 110,000 is being removed out, but what did that service?
So through the chair, that was previously a contribution into CoLab, I believe, but we've consolidated all of those costs into the chief executive's budget so that we can actually have better organisational oversight of it. That budget should have been released to offset that when we did that. Okay. So no impact.
Just picking on Chris Hughes' point, John, I am really looking forward to seeing some efficiencies come out of this enterprise data strategy. I quickly had a look at the platforms that I'm aware of, and I got to 13 across just what I'm aware of. So, any efficiency in that space and whether they're now derelict or not, and that will be looked forward to. So, thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, that's sort of the run through in terms of all of the business areas. We have got information in there around FTEs and capital expenditure, but I'm not sure whether councillors want to go there or not. Otherwise, we can, as I say, I've got just a couple of slides where I've been capturing the discussion points through the day in terms of matters raised that need to come back at some point in time. As well as where we are sitting from a budget position now.
Did anyone have any questions around those FTEs, capital expenditure?
I have one question.
Yeah.
I'll probably get shot down very quickly. Is there provision in here anywhere for motor karaka? And Greg, you might want to answer that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes. So in 26-27, we have $1 million allocated for investigation and design.
Which means, when would you anticipate you'd be able to deliver? It's like that's long-term plan, is it?
Yes, it will be a long-term plan consideration. It's also subject to developing up an agreed project plan with the community reference group.
So if I could have said to that, Greg, I understand that you've put money into the capital program budgets for ICMC to consider.
Correct.
So there's procurement of pumps.
In out years, yes. Beyond 26,
and that's
27.
for ICMC to determine whether that's the pace of what they want that capital program to be or not.
Okay, so
it isn't budget.
It's progressing. Okay, thank you.
You weren't shot at all. Ben.
I just want to talk about the fees and charges. Were there on that?
Yep.
Okay, so it seems to be that we've got probably $5 almost on every fees and charges this year come next year. Page 284, one place. So is that an inflation adjustment? Is it something that's going to happen every year in terms of fees and charges, or is it once every 3 years we do these?
So through the chair, we review our schedule of fees and charges every year. I think the $5 rates will be inflationary. In terms of the consent holder charges, that is based on the actual costs for the delivery of the program. There's a funding proportion of that that is picked up by fees and charges, and then it's spread over the number of consents that we hold or are projecting to hold for each of those charge classes.
Fine. I just had one question about large dams within the Waikato Hydro Network. We only charge $11,000 per dam, which seems quite cheap. Is there a given electricity charges and electricity companies, is there any need to upgrade that?
So through the chair, we're quite restricted in the way that we can actually set these charges, which is on the actual and reasonable costs attributable to a consent holder for the work that we're doing. So we don't have an unlimited ability to set a fee. The charges are set under the current RMA.
Right, a bit of a roundup.
Roundup. Cool. I will just share my. Better than AI. You got me, Robbie. Okay, so this is just, oh shoot,
No.
that one. What's it doing? Down here, okay. So these are just my notes that I've been capturing through the meeting in terms of matters raised that are either actions that staff need to take away and report back on. So we've got an update to come back around the Sustainable Peatlands Program delivery, got the Tuia Fair Revenue fair review to come back before the final budget. Some further information around the Tuia rolling stock business case. The update on the freshwater clam management is to be provided to ICMC. Councillor Smith had raised a question around the remaining loan period for the Waikato Regional Theatre loan. That's 15 years, including next year. Just noted that point around the Ward Street lease renewal negotiation. So we will, if that occurs before the end of June, we can confirm that budget provision before setting the budget. I've noted the points from Councillor Dunbar-Smith around communication of the way that the prior year surplus has been applied. Also just noted the point from Councillor Mahuta around consideration of funding impacts for that ability to respond to that local government reform and transitional arrangements, noting we have nothing set aside for that in the budget at the moment. The point I think from Councillor Smith around the impact on organisation cost structures through changes in service delivery. So the example was the privatisation of drainage schemes, but we just need to be in front of that. And then the point in terms of the update on the policy program replanning that Tracy spoke to for the Strategy and Policy Committee. So hopefully that has captured the conversations from today that we will report back on. In terms of what it means for the budget.
Can I make one quick comment? Just the Te Huia fair review, can we have that one prioritised to be quite quickly, because it all just takes too long, then the year's trial is very quick. And I know that Phil said March, sometimes we can make changes, but it would probably be July. I'm just mindful that by the time we have a meeting and then it will,
yeah,
it could end up being October, and then it's almost like.
Well, so I think the recommendation needs to come through council before we're setting the budget.
Yeah.
Anyway, so we can work on what those timeframes are.
Yeah.
Oh no, Phil is still here. So in terms of the changes that have been captured, so we've got the change, so the NZTA funding for Te Huia at 60%. There's a minor adjustment that staff had picked up around some of the impact on borrowing of the Kānoa funding. We've booked $2.5 million of the prior year surplus being returned off the general rate, and then the release of the primary industry compliance rate to offset the rates increase that is currently planned. So where that gets council to in terms of a draft annual plan position is an increase in total rates revenue from current ratepayers of 1.4%.
Thank you, Janine. I think everything. Did anyone else have something that wasn't potentially captured?
Could you just on that pass me again? 1.4% is the rate increase for the coming year.
Currently
as it stands.
Down from 4.2 to 1.
Down from 3.9.
Right. Good. Thank you.
Yeah. So, Mr. Chair, I guess in terms of to be able to close the meeting out would be to come back to the recommendations per the report. I think there's a couple there are options in there around Te Huia which can come out because council has already made that decision through a separate report. Dave, you can grab the stop sharing, and we've just got some numbers that we'll need to populate in the resolution.
Did you have a question, Chris?
Oh, I can wait till after the resolution.
Ah, So are you happy with what's on the screen there, Janine, as it sits?
Great.
Happy to move. Happy to move. Yeah. Second.
So we have a mover in Councillor Dunbar Smith. We have a seconder in Councillor Hughes. All those in favour? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So carried. Thank you very much, Janine, staff across all directorates for the work that's been put into this space. And it was excellent that we managed to get this out today. So I really thank you for just hanging on in there in the space, and to those who are online. Everybody that was online stayed online, and we had a couple of councillors that left that joined online. So overall, the bulk of councillors were across everything. So thank you very much for that input.
Thanks, Warren.
I just
You want
like
something?
to,
This is recorded in the meeting.
yeah, I'm fine. But
Yeah, no.
I'd just like to thank the chair too for getting this done today. And more particularly, I'd like to thank the chief executive and also the staff for their contribution in delivering what I think will be a more than acceptable rates increase. And I know that's just a general rate, but it's indicative of the work that's gone in to deliver that. So yeah, my thanks on behalf of the ratepayers to all of you for the.
Thank you, Chris. I'll now go to Dave for Karakia. Thanks.
Thank you, everyone. Unahia mai te uru tapanui, kia wātea, kia mama, tīnāko, tī tinana, tī hininaro. E te arataka tū, koea rā e rongo, e whakairea ake kia runga, kia tina, homie, hui, taike.
Thank you. Meeting closed at 4:44. Hopefully no one's